I don't need it. That means I'm already in.
And that's what we're starting with. Hello, everybody. Hello. As you can see, we've got a new overlay. We've got a lot of new fancy stuff. I'm super excited for tonight, viewers. The overlay, I haven't finished setting up perfectly in Streamlabs yet, but I hopefully will soon. Involving where you can see, top donators, subscribers, things like that. I just got a little swamped today because I have ADHD, and it's tough to do things in advance for me. But let's go ahead and turn off the hold music before I forget and leave that on all session. Welcome to the very first ever Blood on the Sand campaign set in my home world of Hasalia. I'm very excited to play this campaign. I have assembled the finest in VTuber talent. Thank you so much for giving them the shout out there, Saf. We have Mora with us. We have Riley, just waiting for the Twitch chat to catch up. We've got Valentin. We really need to speed up that command, I think. We've got Glamour Oracle. I'm going to go fast then. We've got Valtreya. And we do have eBay. She isn't going to be with us for the first few sessions, but she will be joining in once she's able to. We're very excited to have her back. She's got a lot of IRL stuff going on. Definitely give her your support, even though she's not here too. And today, we even have our very first special guest in the first game who knew, because I like the number one, that we were going to have them as a guest an hour before the session. Everybody welcome Tia!
Woo!
Yay! Quick bit of my usual preamble. As always, I am sponsored by Creation Snacks. They are a delightful little snack company that does, branded food and merch for streamers. In this month of August, we've gotten enough, headway with them. Enough people have gotten snacks using my code of DANCE with their little discount, that we're going to be making and designing our own snack. That's going to be my first piece of merchandise, and you can order it straight from them. I'm also an affiliate of Fantasy Grounds, the VTT that I use of choice for all of my games. If you wanted to buy any of the books on it, if you wanted to get any of their licenses, you can do so with my link. I earn a little bit of commission to help support the stream. That said, why don't we kind of get started? This campaign is going to be taking place in the desert nation of Thanskaran on my world of Hasalia. We'll be starting in the great city of Thascalis, home to the merchant princes and princesses, as well as the Tsarina, the richest woman in the entire world that runs this desert trade nation. For our players, we have longtime fan favorite in my games, Valentin.
Oh shit, am I supposed to introduce myself now? Shit. Okay, well, insert lightning strike. I am the terror that skulks in the chat. I am the D4 underneath the DM's foot. I am Valentin Dolk. And I will be playing Valentin Dolk today, the half-elven fighter.
That was an intro and a half. Who's going to have to follow it up? Maybe Riley.
I don't think I can follow that up. Being a D4 under a foot's pretty evil, But I'm Riley, and I'm going to be playing the human wizard Lloyd today.
You can talk a little bit about yourself, too. Valentin is an up-and-coming VTuber who doesn't have a model yet. But, Rai, you can promo your own stuff, too. Talk about, what you normally stream and such like that. Feel free.
I'm primarily a Final Fantasy VTuber, so I stream a lot of Final Fantasy, but I also stream variety from time to time. Also, before becoming a VTuber, I was also a paid DM, so...
I actually never knew that! Holy shit, I never knew that, Rai! That's really cool! Jesus. All right. Well, let's go to Glamour Oracle next.
Hi, chat. I am Glamour Oracle. I'll be playing as the Elven Druid Lilac Fae. I am currently in the process of debuting soon. I stream primarily on weekends, and I love playing comfy, cozy games. This is my second session of D&D as a whole, so I'm excited.
Move it on to Mora.
Hello, I am Mora. I am going to be playing Clang Clang, who is a rogue Kenku. I'm very excited. I'm also pretty new to D&D. This is going to be my second time playing, so I'm very excited. Right now, I am not streaming. I'm pre-debut, but I do a lot over on Twitter at Mora_Uma over there, so feel free to follow me.
Yep, and I'll just post that link up for you again real quick if you wanted to follow Morikuma. If you wanted to follow anyone else, don't forget, chat, that any moment you can see all of our lovely cast, their Twitter links, by doing !cast and then !guest for our lovely guest. Oh, chat's already saying, Mora, do you do voice work acting? You should definitely. They're saying immediately.
I do not, but maybe I'll think about it.
And Valtreya.
Me, they didn't say fucking shit. I think how it is.
Hey, I'm Val. I'm going to be playing Zandra, the Azamar monk. I am a variety streamer, and I mostly do ASMR and gaming content, and I do all sorts of games. I'm not really kind of particular to any one game, but I am all over the place that way. I've done a very fair amount of D&D, only like a little tiny bit. However, I have spent about 5 years playing Pathfinder, so I'm very, very familiar with TTRPGs. This will be the first time I'm using Fantasy Grounds, but I'm very, very excited. Thank you for having me, River.
Thank you for coming. And last but never least, my VTuber sibling, and you've seen me collab with her a bunch, our guest today, Tia!
Oh, that's me.
That is you.
Shut up. I'm Tia. I am coming back from like a pretty long break where I was like without proper internet. I still don't have a wired connection. Actually, I'm using like, it's gigabit internet, but it is not wired. Very unfortunate. I play a lot of Guilty Gear. I play fighting games. I play monkey-brained characters where I just press the same thing over and over again. It's very fun, very balanced. And I don't know. I play Fortnite, I guess, with people, with my friends in the Philippines a lot. I don't know. I do a lot of stuff. I edit. I haven't done that lately, but I think I do okay editing. I do stuff, probably. I sing. Yeah, that's me.
All right. And with that, why don't we begin?
Can I just point out real quick before we start that Rai is Australian and I'm Swedish, so we literally have all around the world encompassed in this entire chat right now. So
Around the world.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Hell yeah.
Internet.
You guys are cool.
I'm actually from New Zealand, the country next to Australia, but close enough.
oh shit!
Yep, I was waiting for that one.
Basically the same. Basically the same.
Basically.
I was waiting for that one, right?
I have.
That's like saying Canada and the US are the same.
How dare you?
Oh, yeah. We're totally the same. What do you mean? It's
The same to me.
All right.
How do you all say aluminum?
Aluminum.
Aluminum?
Aluminum.
Don't they say it in the
Aluminium.
UK? I was about to say, don't they say aluminium in the UK?
Yeah.
Aluminium?
Yeah.
We say
Yes,
aluminium over here.
Oh,
I agree.
man.
I agree, Duckett. Canada is better.
Aluminium.
You should all see an image on your screens.
I see a box.
I see a box.
Gray.
There's like a
little
question mark in it. Yeah.
Oh, it's bigger now.
Oh yeah. Wait. Me too.
It should appear.
It's just taking
soon.
a hot second.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be.
I had something earlier, but now it's just a question mark.
The year is currently 1289 in the era of glass. 5 years ago in the world of Hasalia, a calamitous event destroyed the kingdom of Kadrin in a night, and with that, the era of myth ended, leading to the world's third era, the era of glass. Diviners do not currently know why the era is named as such, only that they have in their portent senses discerned the name. As such, there is a massive gold bounty to any adventurer who can discover the meaning of the era of glass. We go to such group of adventurers now in the heart of Thanskaran, the jewel of the desert, Thaskalus. A major, huge town. The capital that supports many, many different cultures and walks of life. Some of your characters have lived here all their lives. Others have recently come here. For whatever reason, all of you have accepted a contract with the merchant prince known as Nazir the Snake Charmer. If anyone would like to discern why he is called that, you may roll me a history check now.
How do we do that?
I'm glad you asked. So, you're going to open up your character sheet. You're going to go to the Skills tab. You are going to find where it says History, and you're going to double-click, or you're going to drag and drop the dice.
Oh, whoops. I only meant to do one, but there we go.
Did my one not show up in the roll?
Oh, wow, that literally I literally rolled the same thing twice.
I feel really dumb. I'm not sure how to open the character sheet in Fantasy Grounds.
You have to double-click on it.
I rolled a
double-click
20,
on
but
what?
it didn't show anything in the chat.
Double-click on your portrait.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
At a 9, wow, look at me go.
And then we go to history and we... I'm so sorry.
You don't need to apologize. You're going to see where it says total, right?
Yeah.
You're going to double-click there, or you're going to drag and drop and just kind of throw it onto the board. There should also be a dice tower you can use. If you use the dice tower, the only people who will see the results of your roll are myself and you. Actually, I don't even think it shows it to yourself. I think it only shows it to me if you use the dice tower.
Ooh, I didn't even know that.
Once everyone's finished their rolls... Valentin...
River, are my rolls showing up for you?
They are not.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm rolling, but
you have
it's
to
not
roll
showing
it
up in chat.
on the chat bar. If you roll it anywhere else, it counts as falling off the table.
I see. Try that then.
Yep, I see it now.
I see it.
Make sure, too, guys, if you want to add a little bit of touch of
Worse than
flavor...
my net 20 I got first.
If you want to add a touch of flavor, in the top right of Fantasy Ground, you should see a tab that says Tools, as well as a little color palette, correct? Click on that color palette, you can change the color of your dice, which means that it'll change the color of your rolls, so I can differentiate them easier, as well as if you ever need to point on the map, it will also appear in that color. Helps me out a lot for people to have unique colors.
That's why 4 of us have black. Sorry, one of us is like a dark purple, but most of us have dark colored dice, and one of us is white, and the other one is like magenta or something.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're getting some diversity in the dice.
Those of you who got higher than a 12, you are aware that Nazir the Snake Charmer was once... Sorry?
Oh, no, you're fine.
Those of you who got higher than 12, you know that Nazir the Snake Charmer, thank you for the follow, by the way, was once known as a street entertainer, a simple street performer. He made his fortune becoming one of the 12 merchant princes and princesses through eventually using all the money that he earned in street performing to invest in trade networks, routes, mercenaries, and protection. In doing so, he was able to establish a few border towns out in the desert in dangerous areas where he was able to extract rare resources and transport them safely back to Thaskalus. Those of you who got no higher than a 15 know that that is bullshit. Nazir the Snake Charmer was, as you had heard, originally a street performer who then shifted heavily into the criminal underground, involving extortion, kidnapping, and murder for hire. He used his transport business as a front in order to move assassins around the desert, and built an extremely wealthy empire off of it. So again, higher than a 15, you know that little secret history. Lower than a 15, 12 or higher, you know that he was once a street entertainer, and you know about his front businesses. Less than that, and you just don't really care much about Nazir the Snake Charmer. He's another rich guy.
So me and Pewter has some
Interesting.
insider knowledge.
Yeah, you guys are well versed. Nobody.
Sounds like a guy that brought himself up by his bootstraps.
I don't like him at all.
Everybody else,
Right?
everybody knows this information I'm about to share. Nazir the Snake Charmer had a wife who died of heart failure a few years ago. Him and his wife fathered a grand total of 6 children, none of which had to do the 10 years of hard labor required in Thascalis in order to achieve citizenship. Instead, they all paid other laborers to do an extra 10 years to account for their own. Nazir's eldest has become a wicked trader similar to his father, and organizes caravans quite frequently. Well, everyone but the eldest has quite spoiled and spends most of their time enjoying the advantages that being a rich kid can bring. Especially egregious is his youngest child, Phazin. Would anyone like to roll a history on Phazin?
I'll do it.
I mean, we're all gonna do it, aren't we?
We're gonna do it.
Even if you have a
Well,
minus
probably
2.
not.
Oh god, my rolls are awful.
Oh my god. Oh wow.
Clang Clang's excited.
Knowledge.
Clang Clang, you're the only one who knows what I'm about to share next. Very recently, Nazir's youngest, Phazin, was arrested. You're not certain what for, but the Syrena's secret police dragged him off. You don't know any more than that. You're not certain why, but it was a big spectacle that happened in the middle of the Worm District.
Just to clarify, is it worm or worm with like a
Worm.
Y?
It's with a Y. You can actually see on the map. It gives you a key to what each district of Thascalis is named.
There is a key up there, huh?
Regardless, you are currently in Sars Walk, the richest district in all of Thascalis. The palaces here stand out huge in the desert with curvaceous architecture, open air ceilings, and just a sense of general welcoming presences, which is sort of required through the rich here. Architecture is very rarely closed off as it gets very hot in the deserts of Thanskaran. Who would be arriving to the meeting with Nazir the Snake Charmer first? Who's very, very early instead of punctual?
I think Valentin would be pretty early, mostly because he likes to take in his surroundings anywhere he goes. So he would arrive early, but then he would, noticing that no one else is around, he would probably lounge around, like sitting on a sofa or some chair or whatever else he can, and then he would just put up his feet on whatever table and put his hat over his eyes, so he would look like he would be sleeping, but he would still be trying to take in the surroundings of himself.
Sure, roll me a perception, please. The area that you're currently in is a large public courtyard with a fountain. It is right outside Nazir the Snake Charmer's palace. There are comfortable cushions, shaded trees, and all sorts of banners and silks hung between the pillars and lamp poles here to offer more respite from the heat. There are a few. I see a 14. There are a few traders and merchants moving about, peddling their wares, whatever they can, in this kind of courtyard. But for the most, it's the relatives, business partners, or favored folk of the rich and the powerful, resting in this hot courtyard. With the perception, you note that the comings and goings are infrequent. If you're in this courtyard, it seems that you should expect to be here for quite some time, as those waiting on appointments and such are left waiting what you're assuming are over the long hours, or they just showed up like you extremely early. You also do note this area is very heavily patrolled by various mercenary companies, as well as some of the Cyrena's personal guard hang about, preventing access to the more upscale areas of this neighborhood.
So I lean back in my seating position. I'm going to take out a coin and I'm going to roll it across my knuckles in what I myself assume is a very cool demeanor.
You act cool.
Okay. Let me just roll a sleight of hand to see how cool I actually am.
Sure, you may. A natural one! It's the first natural one of the game!
So what I instead do, what happens is the coin gets stuck in my knuckles, and I go, shit. And then I like try to part my knuckles, and the coin falls down to the ground. It just clatters, goes cling, 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 cling. I go, for God's sake! And I bend down, and I pick it back up, and I try to do it again, and I just keep repeating the same thing. So anyone that comes in seeing me gets to see me just trying to keep on trying to do this sort of sleight of hand thing, but I just keep on failing, and it just looks really ridiculous in my current position. And eventually I just start sitting up straight, and I just go, I cannot do it. I've done this so many times, I just can't do it. And I just go, I'm staring so close to my knuckles. It's ridiculous. I look like an insane person right now.
Not only that, but when you dropped the coin the first time, it had the misfortune of hitting the cobblestones at the exact moment there was like a universal lull of conversation in this courtyard. Has anyone ever done that, where you like misstep or drop something in like a quiet classroom and then everyone just turns to look? It's that, but with rich people.
Yes.
I try to play it off like I'm meant to do it.
Who would be arriving next? And you can arrive in groups if multiple people want to say, oh, we just happened to arrive during this.
So, Clang Clang is going to actually arrive right on time, mostly because once they were given directions to show up, they're just going to walk in, and as they look around, they're going to be bobbing their head kind of back and forth and taking in everything that they possibly can, almost feeling a little bit anxious being in such a extravagant setting, so they kind of like ruffle their feathers a little bit as they look around nervously.
You spot everything I had mentioned previous as you're arriving just on time, Clang Clang, as well as a strange man constantly dropping a coin and staring at his knuckles. Valentin, would you like to describe your character?
Well, underneath swearing under his breath, you see a man wearing a white coat with dark leather shoulder pads on it. He's got fairly fancy looking white dress pants and a red dress shirt, as well as a white waistcoat and a white sort of flat hat that he's got on. But most striking of all is that he's got an eye patch covering one of his eyes, and this eye patch, it seems like it has layers to it. it doesn't just look like a just standard eye patch. It looks like an eye patch that has several layers of contraptions to it. And as a well-groomed, almost white-haired but blonde man, half-elf, you can tell by his sort of shortened, pointy ears that he's an half-elf, and his beard growth is the sort of beard growth you would expect out of a half-elven man that is trying to grow a beard. It's not super thick. It's thin enough that you can tell that he's trying to groom his beard. But it's not a full beard. It's just very thin all around. And he's not paying attention to you right now because he's just fully concentrating on this coin trick that he's trying to do, and he just can't do it. It's like, fuck, why can I not do it? I know I can do this. Come on, focus, Valentin. Focus. You know you can do this.
Clang Clang is going to be walking towards you, kind of with its beak to the side, kind of confused, looking at what you're trying to do. And after studying it a little bit, she's going to pull out her own coin and try to do the same within her talons, basically, like going back and forth between the knuckles.
So, are you trying to mimic his, like, even failure with the coin, or are you trying to do what he's doing but correctly?
I'm trying to do what he is doing, but correctly.
The moment you approach, no matter what you're trying to do, he jumps up and he takes on a defensive stance, like he's ready to fight, and then he realizes that you're not a threat, and he just goes, huh, okay.
And then
he sees what you're doing.
Yeah, you watch as this person approaching you, this Kenku, is doing what you're doing, but significantly better. Clang Clang, would you like to describe your appearance? And anyone else can let me know if they choose to arrive during this scene at any moment. Carry on, Clang Clang.
So Clang Clang ruffles her black feathers, and on top she's wearing a hood, black hood, everything black. You can still see the feathers on her neck and the black feathers on her arms, I guess you would call it, wings. And she just kind of looks, she has her feathers ruffled up a little bit as she watches the guy, and very curiously. And after kind of looking at him for a while, she kind of cocks her beak and stuff to the side, staring at his eye patch, kind of curious of what exactly it does.
As he's relaxing from his defensive stance, he kind of narrows his eyes, and he just goes, I could do that. I definitely could do that. Okay, you know what? You do that pretty good, actually. Normally I would do that, but I'm having an off day. I guess it's the heat, and he kind of loosens his collar a little bit, because he's dressed, he's not dressed in very light clothing. He's dressed in fairly fancy clothing, so he just loosens his collar. He just goes, it has to be the heat. Yep, it's the heat. Yep.
Does anyone else arrive during this time?
Could I walk in?
Yeah, for sure.
As they're having this discussion?
Yeah, you walk into the courtyard and see everything going on.
Mate, it looks like that bird's quite a bit better than you are. You should probably give up on that.
Oh, carry on.
Looks like the first time you've ever picked up a coin. You having trouble there? I can hold on to it for you if you like.
I just shake my head and I go, pardon?
Valtreya, now would be a good time to describe what you look like.
Yeah, so Zondra walks up. The PFP I have right now doesn't really match, but she has darkish blue hair. It's pretty dark. It's almost black, but she's about 5'7", about standard height for a woman. She looks almost human, except for the really dark blue hair, and her eyes are like an iridescent blue. giving away the fact that she's Azamar pretty much right off the bat. And she's wearing just, simple robes, simple monk robe, but they're also dark in color, blackish blue. And she's carrying one of the only things she has, like a backpack, but she has just a quarterstaff that she has with her, and that's about it. She's got a small, pouch on her side, but she's not carrying a whole lot with her. And when you say excuse me, she goes, yeah, I said I could hold on to your coin for you if you like. That's about it. Yeah. If you have any other troubles with flipping the coin around, it looks like you're dropping it quite a bit. Maybe you got some butter on your fingers. I could hold on for you, like. Oh, you won't lose it anymore.
I look over at the Kenku, who I do not know the name of yet, and I just go, "Did you understand what you were saying?"
Well, you can't understand me, mate. You got a problem with my way I speak, huh? It's not very kind of you to say.
And you have now set a precedence, because I haven't had a character ever be from Ravios yet, Valtreya, meaning now everyone from Ravios speaks like that. So thank you for having to make me need to do that accent anytime I have someone from the Aasimar Nation come out. I have to try. My canon's been added
like
to.
Australian there.
Oh, trust me, my British Australian accent, it's all over the place. It's never one thing. It constantly shifts between all three of them. So.
As a Marcus Australians confirmed.
It's been a version of all of them together. It's like why this man who's from a place that is speaking fairly similar is like, what the hell? It's like a British person trying to understand a Scottish person.
River,
What?
I will say that there's that plays into it. If you want, I wouldn't necessarily write the whole thing as anyone from Rabios having that accent. Do you want me to? I can message you something. It's kind of like a.
Yeah, sure.
Would you prefer things to be secret? Should I message you directly?
Yeah, message me directly, please.
Okay.
But yeah, anyways, yeah, that happens. Carry on, you three. If anyone else wants to come in, feel free to just ask.
What does Clang Clang respond to when I say, "Did you understand what they were saying?" I didn't.
Klingling kind of looks at him and pretty much repeats exactly what he said, pretty much indicating, no, not really.
Hang on, let me roll a super quick check to see if I know that
Nora,
what Kenku's all about.
I want you to actually mimic him. I want you to do your best to mimic Valentin.
No!
You'll do it flawlessly in character, but I want to hear you try.
I should say also that Sandra is female, by the way, just to clarify.
Oh yeah, they were talking about that. Yeah.
Clarification. Clarification.
Hey, let me say it again. Did you understand what they were just saying?
Did you just understand what they were saying?
Oh God.
Yeah, mate, you understand what I'm saying, yeah?
Oh no,
Clang is still
worse.
just moving
You got a
the
problem?
coin and just looking back and forth between the two of them as they have a conversation. Just
Right.
watching.
You're real good at
Right.
repeating things.
Right, it's
You're
like
good
a
at
parrot.
repeating things.
It's like
I
a
like it.
parrot.
I
I get
like
it.
it.
It's like a parrot. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this. There's one person I can't understand, and
Can
that's
you do this? Can you do this? Can you do
And
this?
goes, ah! Starts cawing at him.
Can Sandra? I would like to take my quarterstaff and start flipping it around myself because I'm well versed with the quarterstaff. Could I do some sort of trick with my quarterstaff and then what kind of roll would I need to do for that?
Sounds like a sleight of hand is appropriate to me, or I would
Sleight of
allow
hand?
just a standard attack roll even, if you're not proficient in sleight of hand, because you're still proficient in quarterstaff. So you can just do either an attack roll or a sleight of hand.
Okay, if I want to do
I would allow too. Sorry.
performance.
Yep.
Okay, I'll just try a sleight of hand. We'll see how it goes.
It goes better than Valentin's coin tricks did.
I do a kata, if you know what that is. It's just it's a series of attacks that are meant for training, and Zandra does that with the quarterstaff, and then hands her quarterstaff over to Clang Clang. Yeah, can you do that, Mike? Can you do that?
Excuse me, miss. Please keep your weapons at rest and sheathed.
Oh, sorry, mate.
A guard nearby calls out to you.
I'm
sorry, mate. This is really cool. I just want to see this Clang Clang do something really awesome. Come on, mate. Just let me do it.
The Kenku looks at the guard and looks back at her, reaching for the staff slowly to see what the guard says.
The guard's not actually stopping you from doing anything since you're not doing anything hostile, but you do note that now all of the law enforcement in this courtyard they're watching you. They're like, oh.
I just sit down, back down on the bench or whatever I was sitting on. I just cup my face in my hands and I just go. I should have just stayed at home. Like
as you go to sit down, you sit down directly in someone's lap as they arrived and sat down on this bench. And Tia, I'd like you to describe Pewter to me and everyone, as you've just had a stranger sit down in your lap. If you want, I can describe her for everybody. I know that you joined an hour in.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
All right. Pewter is a large block of rock. Quite literally, they look like a group of stones that were stacked together, glued, and then carved from them was a very, very strange visage of a woman. She is wearing acolyte robes of Brother Sand's religion, the god of wind and sand. With her is a spear, a shield, and a prayer book, and at some point, this very large rock thing, which is standing at about 9 feet tall, managed to sit down on the bench while you were distracted without you noticing with your passive perception. Quietly just sat there watching you all, and then you just sat in her lap.
Don't notice. I just keep my hand in my hands, and I just go. I should have stayed at home and been at an event like my father wanted.
Wait, you don't stand up. You just stay there.
Yeah.
I just see. I haven't noticed that I have sat down on a rock person. I'm sitting down on what I assume is a bench. I sit down on something that is a bit elevated, but I just go, I guess it's a bench, right?
Yeah, mate, you're real close with them, aren't you? You made a friend there, ain't you?
Would you kindly stop whatever you're doing? Whatever. And Peter attempts to kind of stand up and just throw you down. You'll just kind of plop out of her lap.
As gravity is starting to take me down to the ground, I keep my hand, my face cupped in my hands, and I just wave behind me. Yeah. Of course, whatever you say, Bedge. And then I just fall on the ground. And I go, oh.
You dump directly at the feet of someone else, because I want to get the whole party introduced. Either Glam or Ryan. Now's your time to be here.
I can go. I was eating dinner. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Go ahead and describe what you look like as Valentin looks up to see yet another person.
Yay! So I believe Druid. She has dark purple hair. She kind of has a hood on, but the ears kind of poke from out of the hood. The hood is a part of her cloak. She's wearing like a very light tunic and a fairly short skirt, and she also has her totem in her hand. She's like clutching the totem in her hand. She kind of is a bit fair skinned, but it has like a slight bluish tinge to her complexion. And she is very shocked to see Valentin at her feet. It's been a very long while since she's seen a human up close. So she kind of backs up a little bit, but she kind of thinks like, oh, this may be like a custom thing. So she kind of goes along with it and lays by Valentin like, hey, yeah. And then
You just lay down beside him.
yeah,
Alright.
yeah. And then she just kind of goes along with it and plays along with it. She's no idea what's going on, thinking it's a game.
I bet Clang Clang also lays down next to them right now, because this is just mimicking what everyone else is doing at this point.
Clang Clang, do you want
Clang
to?
is just kind of going along with it. After she kind of hands back, she just kind of shoves the staff back in Zandra's hand and like goes over to the two of them and also gets on the floor and just kind of looks at them.
This is my life now, huh?
Oh, this is great.
And
At some point during this, I will walk in.
Yep, Lloyd walks in to see what appears to be a crowd of people laying down on the ground, as there are a total of 5 of them, with one of them just, one of them standing above them all, another one, likely sheathing a quarterstaff, and then 3 of them are just laying on the ground beside each other. In this rich, you as a native to Thascalis know how, like, important and rich this area is in, and there's just a bunch of people here laying on the ground now.
I just sort of shake my head a little as I walk up and sort of find a wall to lean on while I wait.
Describe what you look like as everyone registers you walking past them. Thank you for the follow, Shmee.
So Lloyd is a male in his mid to late 30s. Very, like, grey hair for someone their age. They're quite tall, around 6 foot, and they're very, like, unkempt. It looks like they haven't shaved in a couple of weeks, and their hair is very messy. Their clothes look kind of fancy, but quite old. And the only, like, noticeable detail of them is they have a rather nice looking book. It's clearly very expensive.
Okay.
As I'm laying there, face down, ass up, I decide to just stand up, brush off the dust, and pretend that I was not uncool for a moment. And I just sit back down on the chair, not a coin in my hands.
Okay. As you guys are, getting situated and the chaos is dying down a little bit, one of the mercenaries stood out in front of the Snake Charmer's palace, calls out. Excuse me. You are the adventurers that my lord has hired, correct? This isn't the music I wanted. What the hell? Everything just got very... Yeah, everything just got really dark. That's not what we wanted. 1 second. Go ahead and respond to it while I fix the music.
Are we fighting already?
I brandish my weapons. We're fighting already, huh?
There we are. This is what I was looking for.
Oh, there we go. That's nice.
Ooh, I like that, yeah.
If you are ready to meet with my lord, you are more than welcome to come along with me. I will show you to the waiting area. The person speaking is a large, muscular, dark-skinned woman.
Clang Clang hops to their feet and kind of looks around at what they assume is the other adventurers, and then, back at the mercenary and kind of starts walking towards them and, like, following them.
I stand back up after sitting down for like 2 seconds, and I take off my coat and I sling it over my shoulder as I walk behind them. Very cool, like.
I just follow along.
As you are all led into the palace, there are no gates. What you're led through is this big archway, flanked again by 4 mercenaries on the inside of this curved archway. You can see that there's some water running through decorations in the walls here to flow out into pools and fountains where lily pads and other small fish swim about in as you're led into a beautiful sort of desert-like garden. The mercenary doesn't stop nor give you any time really for sightseeing before they head up to another one of these big archways with iron wrought gates. It's opened up for them by yet more guards who eye you suspiciously, even though you're being escorted in. Well, it was a plant, but there's fish with the lily pads too. Shut up, cat. You guys are led further within this palace. Now indoors after that iron wrought gate. The palace itself is huge with a lot of open air windows, and the scent of incense is extremely strong here. You're led down a corridor and through some silk curtains into a very wide room that is covered wall to wall along the floor with pillows, cushions, and blankets. The sun shines through sheer curtains, giving the entire room this purplish kind of gold haze about it. As you can see, many incense burners add to the natural lighting of the room, leaving a very heady, thick kind of scent that is still pleasant. Directly on the other side of the room from the area that you were led into is a raised platform that's decorated more sparsely with a single large pile of cushions arranged in a chair. It's currently empty, but beside it is a large hookah, as well as there are a few men and women scantily dressed laying about that stage right now in various states of disarray. A lot of clothing is pushed to the side so you can see butt cheeks and side boob for days.
I avert my eyes.
My lord will be with you in a moment. Please, sit and do not touch anything.
As we were going inside here, before anything, I was just pushing my head down into the fountain to just, refresh myself. Because I'm a fairly pale man in a very hot country, and I'm not dressed appropriately. So it's just like, oh god, I need to get cooled down any way I can.
Yeah, interspaced around, there are actually wall fountains as well within that architecture. Decorative fountains that water pools down into that have a few jugs beside. So anytime you want, you could grab a jug of water, or as Valenta did, you could just go boo 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 boo.
Yeah, I'm just basically drowning myself in this water. Like, finally some water.
Please, my lord would like it if all of you got acquainted with each other while you were waiting upon him. He won't be long. He has a disciplinary matter to attend to for the time being. With that, the mercenary lets the silk curtain that partitions this room from the hallway drop, turns and walks out.
Cling is gonna kind of look around at all of them, and then try to introduce themselves by mimicking clanking noises from steel weapons hitting each other, and then trying to point to themselves.
Hey, what was that, mate? Were you trying to speak or something?
Perhaps it craves combat, is what they're trying to communicate.
This is probably not the right place for that, but if you want to fight, I don't mind if we go outside. When all this is done, we can take a little bout, yeah?
Cling shakes their head, keeps making the clinking noises.
Earlier, I rolled a 13 for trying to figure out what this bird person was. Did I glean any information from it?
What'd you roll total? A 13?
Yeah, 13.
Yeah, you've heard of Kenku before. So I'm just trying to find the proper music for this for some reason.
I pull my head out of the water, and I just mentioned the like basics of like, right. So that's the Kenku. I'm pretty sure it's kind of like a bird person. They don't speak normally. They only repeat or imitate what they've heard before. So if you're trying to have a proper conversation with them, you're basically only gonna get what they've heard before. They don't really have a thought process of their own. But I think they're trying to introduce themselves. Is that right, buddy?
Clink is gonna look over and nod.
So your name is something like, and he kind of taps the side of the fountain as if he's trying to think of something. Something like, the sound of metal hitting each other. How would you describe that sound?
Cling cling? Like clinging things together?
Is that what you want us to call you? Clang clang? Cling
The
cling?
Kenku is gonna caw very happily and kind of like nod, like yes, yes, yes.
And I do the finger salute, and then I go under the water again.
Oh, well, ain't that cute? Well, happy to meet you, Cling Cling. She, by the way, not intentionally, but definitely gets the name wrong. And then turns to everyone else. Oh, I'm Sandra. Nice to meet you all. How you all doing today? What's your names?
I just say Lloyd.
I wave politely and I say, hello, I'm Lilac.
I come back out from the water and I say, I am Valentin Dolk. I am the heir of the Dolk House of the Leosin country. And oh god, this heat. And I just go down underneath the water again. And then I come back up. Yeah, you could just call me Valentin or Val.
I am Peter, a humble servant of Brother Sand.
Who's Brother Sand?
He is, well, he's the god of the sand. All that is in the desert, the sand and the wind, it's him.
I'm so sorry. You see, I'm still trying to learn a lot about the outside world, so I don't mean to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to understand what all of these cultures are all about.
No, I understand. I'm always happy to educate someone.
Wait, so you worship sand? The stuff that gets everywhere? It's rough, of course.
No, my Brother Sand, he's not quite the sand. It's rather, he's more than just sand. He's the wind and the desert. The land, it's...
But isn't the land made of sand?
Well, yes.
But you have to remember
Is it
that
not?
sand.
Would you not consider that a powerful and fundamental force?
Yeah, and also remember, sand can be both hot and cold depending on what the outside is like. So, sand blowing about means that you can both cool yourself down, and also if it's hot outside, you can, feel the warmth around you. Right?
You can see the gears very, very, very slowly turning inside Zandra's head as she looks at you very confused.
Would you not consider the sand worthy of respect as something so monumental. Have you ever, been lost in the desert and found your way out only by the mercy of the dunes moving in such a way that you were able to see the land? They move, he writes them. He, shifts and moves a bit with the wind and the earth.
So, Lilac puts a finger to her chin and she ponders. For a moment, she asks, "Is this a new type of druid that you speak of?"
I'm not familiar with the term myself. No, I'm a priestess, I suppose, would be the term.
Ah, I see. And she writes this down in her notebook, stashed in her inventory.
Valentin, I kind of scratch my beard a little bit and I go, we don't really have sand where I come from. But that's a really interesting take, and I'm also going to write down a notebook the things I'm hearing.
Theater sounds like an actual good time for me to mention a function of Fantasy Grounds. Players, if you look underneath the player tab, you should see a button that says Notes. You can type in notes that you hear through this by going hitting the little plus button. You can export or import them as well, and you can make them public for everybody to see. So if anyone wanted to take notes on this brother sand god, you could do so. If you wanted to take notes on whatever and have them be in character, feel free to open a little notepad.
Neat.
Carry on. Sorry to cut you off, Tia.
No, you're fine.
Who brought in this Eastern European band playing?
All right. Well, it's very kind to meet you. I guess I'll try and figure that out as we go. But does anybody else want to introduce themselves to us? You there with the fancy-looking book, yeah? What you got to say, huh?
What you got to say, huh? Clang kind of imitates and looks at the last person.
I'm just Lloyd. I've been hired, that's about it.
All right, fair enough.
After a few minutes of awkward silence after Lloyd's introduction, the curtains at the back of that stage before you all open up, and there's a little tingling of wind chimes. A man comes in, dark skin, about maybe 6'2", was once very clearly muscular in his prime, but now, in his 60s or 70s, you can see his skin is beginning to hang off his muscles and bone a little bit more than likely did in his youth. He's mostly bald, but you can see a little bit of salty white hair growing from his scalp still. He has a clean-shaven face, as well as dark honey-colored eyes that scan the room very intently. He's not wearing any shirt, but he is wearing white kind of puffy pants tied with a purple gold sash. Without acknowledging any of you, he moves a little bit into the room. Some of the men and women on the stage kind of stir a little bit, and he pauses to kneel down beside a much younger, about maybe 20-year-old handsome man, and he kind of raises the man's head by his chin and then kisses him deeply before standing up again and carrying his walk-on to sit down on these cushions with a hefty...
I'm gonna avert my eyes again.
He gazes at you all.
Sandra whispers softly.
What do you whisper softly? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry, she whistles, not whispers. Whistles
Oh,
softly.
whistles. Oh. I blush a little bit.
The elderly merchant sats down. He reaches behind his little throne of cushions, and pulls out a series of cloth wrap, and begins tying them around his head until his head is covered by a purple gold turban. Thank you all for coming, he says, finally acknowledging your presence in the room.
Of course.
I'm not a man for wasting time.
Absolutely.
You all know the general gist of why you're here. I need a delivery of water, as well as my youngest son, to the border town of Nessus. Well, you will assist with him establishing a constabulary to bring order to the region. For this, you will be paid a total of 2,000 gold. You may split amongst yourselves as you see fit. Payment will go as follows. You will be paid 500 gold now, before you leave. You will be paid another 500 gold at arrival from Nessus, with a contact that my son will introduce you to, meaning should my son not reach Nessus, you will receive no additional payment from me. Upon the first establishment of the constabulary, you will be paid another 500 gold, and then once I deem that the region is sufficiently stabilized enough, you will be paid your final 500 gold, along with any tips or additional payment I believe you have earned along the way. Is this amenable to you all?
Oh, that sounds about right to me. I ain't got no problems with that.
Sounds fine to me.
The exception to this, of course, will be you, Madame Pewter. You have already been paid your share of the gold entirely in advance, and only need to reach Nessus, where you will then serve as a religious head during your time there. As Sand provided for us, so do we provide for Sand.
Thank you.
Do any of you have any questions?
I bring my head up back from under the water. I go, sorry, I didn't hear any of that. What did you say? I'm just kidding with you. I heard everything.
Good.
Where can we find your son, if you don't mind me asking?
The elderly man gives a big, tired sigh, then raises two fingers to his lips and unleashes a very loud, high-pitched, shrill whistle. As he does, you hear the chinking and clanging of gold coins as a very garishly dressed young man that bears almost no similarity to the man in the chair. Instead of having a strong core, he is very, very skinny. Except he's got kind of fat in all the wrong areas. Like, his belly's very, very big and large, clearly a beer gut, but his arms are skinny and don't seem like they're ever done any hard work in their entire life. He's covered entirely in red and black silks, as opposed to his father's purple and golds, and he even has the audacity to have brought a wine glass into the room as he steps over the various men and women scattered about. He looks at your party directly and he says, "Oh, Father, I see you've purchased more entertainment, have you?" And he walks to the stage, kind of hops down, and approaches right to you, Lilac, and he holds his wine glass out. "Darling, why don't you dip a finger in that so it tastes a little sweeter for me?"
What?
Lilac stares at him in confusion and says, "A finger?" And she summons, with her totem, I will say spectrum ghost that dips a finger in the wine for him.
Sure, what
Let
ability
them-
are you using for that? Oh, minor illusion, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Do I have to roll for that?
No. It's just fine. A spectral, ghostly finger just kind of appears and pokes into his wine glass, to which he goes,
Yes.
ugh, and he kind of pulls back. And before anything else can kind of happen, the father goes, face it! Calls him back up to the stage, where they have a hushed conversation in a language some of you may understand. So I'm going to be typing this out. You can whisper and chat amongst yourselves, and those of you who can understand it will be able to read it in the Fantasy Grounds chat.
If possible, Clang Clang is going to see if they can listen in and possibly mimic it back.
Ooh.
For sure, you can.
Is that possible?
It absolutely is. Even if you don't know the language, you can mimic what's being said without knowing what it is you're saying.
You're just like a recorder. A record player, rather. Not a recorder. A recorder goes boop, 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 boop.
Boop, boop, boop.
It is in
Never mind.
Draconic, for those of you who are capable of understanding it.
I just pinch the bridge of my nose. Yes, of course there has to be some nobles. And I just mutter under my breath, there has to be some sort of nobles offspring that don't have any sort of manners to them.
Lilac listens in carefully as she does understand the conversation, and she thinks to herself, oh my, these must be rich, of the rich types, and she tends to stay away from them, and she just kind of writes this also down in her book for a note later on.
Are either of you saying this stuff out loud where others could hear it?
They're asking that in the party. Hello?
We
Hello?
could, but we aren't sure if you guys could understand it.
Oh, you're speaking the language that they're speaking?
Mm-hmm.
I see. Okay.
While all of this conversation is going on, can I just take a look around the room to see how I guess you would say concubines are reacting to them talking like this? Or if they're reacting at all?
All of the various concubines seem to look... Actually, you know what? Roll me an insight real quick.
Okie dokie. That's a 12.
The concubines seem to speak this language as well, but the majority of them are ignoring the argument as if this sort of thing happens between the pair quite often. They instead are having their own quiet, hushed conversations and doing their best to ignore what's going on.
Well, while all of this conversation is going on, I guess I'm just going to sit down at a random group of concubines or I don't know if there's a different form between them, but I'm just gonna sit in between any group of them, and I guess I'll just partake in whatever they're partaking in. Right, so I guess I'll just smoke. I guess I'll just smoke the kush and drink the drinks, and nothing else happens. Nice.
Eventually, their hissed, quiet argument ends with Phazin, the son, looking quite chastened. He turns back and immediately looks to you, Lilac, and says, I apologize for my impropriety. I assumed that you were a common street whore.
Wow, she is definitely offended, and she pulls back on anger, but assures him that she's not of the sort. She's a common druid.
King is gonna mimic the guy and say, "Common street whore." Really not understanding what it means, but just you know, going along with it, assuming that's what she is.
I just choke on whatever I was drinking or smoking at the time. It's just go blah.
Well, my idiot son is the main goal for you to protect. I will remind you all, you are not being paid by him, you are being paid by me. Do not feel the need to obey his every whim and command. Nazir says. Phazin again turns and says, Father!
Clang looks at the son and goes, "Idiot son."
Hey, how dare you speak to me that way? Meanwhile, the father seems to give a slight smile.
Zandra just has this massive grin crossing her face as she's watching all this go down.
That said, it would be nice to know which among you believe would be the best to be my direct correspondent. You've had time to introduce yourselves to each other.
I must admit, I'm not the best as far as penmanship goes.
If no one else, I say as I cough up smoke. Sorry, you said oh wait.
Oh no, I can do it if you need. If you want someone to talk, I can talk pretty good.
Oh, I would like it if someone, and I cough up the smoke that I've been inhaling. If someone might be able to understand what you're saying.
Well, you can understand what I'm saying. I turn to the Nazir. You can understand what I'm saying, can't you? You understood every word, didn't you?
Crystal clearly, yes. I'm a traveled man.
See? At least someone can understand what I'm saying. See, I'd be a perfect correspondent. We get along famously, I'm sure.
I say we vote the one that is the least likely to speak up, as he's more likely to just write things down. And I look over at Lloyd.
Lloyd, while you've been standing kind of brooding in the corner and the conversation turns to you, a cat, mostly black but with white, sort of spots around it, has wandered into the room and become quite affectionate with you. It's trying to purr and constantly rubbing up on your leg, Lloyd.
I will be patting the cat. And not really listening to what's been going on as soon as the cat arrived.
You just suddenly hear your name then, as it cuts through the fog of, there is a cat on my lap.
As soon as this happens, you would have noticed for the first time you've seen Lloyd smile a little bit. The smile just disappears as I look up to see who said my name.
Sorry, that was
something?
me. I'm real sorry. So, I was thinking that maybe the person that speaks the least is the most likely to be able to give the proper information to whatever the Lord wishes of us.
If you need me to, I'm fine. I can do that.
Decide amongst yourselves, I care not.
If not our brooding fellow, I suggest, me, because I've had ample opportunity to deal with various types of bureaucracy. I look over at Zandra, and I look over at Lilac, and I go, perhaps, and then I look over at Clang Clang. No.
So there are 3 nominations then, Nazir says.
No, I mean, I don't really care either way. If you want me to do it, I'll do it. If you want to do it, go for it, mate. It's all yours. Take the responsibility, why don't you?
My brain is hurting.
You seem to kind of like to order things around, so why don't you do it, yeah?
Who?
You, mate. You're the one who likes to order things around. You're the one who seems to be directing the conversation. You'd be a perfect mate for it.
Oh,
Well-
don't get me wrong. I don't like ordering things around, but you know, if someone's gonna have to have a correspondence with the great lord, well, someone that is able to make themselves heard is all I'm saying.
So then there are 2 nominations. Here.
Go for it.
And as you say go for it, and it's decided that Valentin will be the correspondent between your little adventuring group as well as Nazir. He tosses a pouch of gold, and it looks like he was throwing it towards the sun at first, but it just kind of sails past him as the sun reaches out to catch it and misses. Instead, one of the concubines who stood up has grabbed hold of it, a scantily clad woman. And she takes a few steps down the stage and hands you the pouch of gold.
Oh, thank you.
You're quite welcome. And she bows before you, and with a flash of scarves, you know, sachets her way back to the stage.
I just tip my hat at her.
With that, you may either choose to take possession of my son now, or you may take custody of him in the morning. I care not. Although I would rather you get him out of my house immediately. I'm tired of his stench. Phazon looks back like, Father! I bathe regularly, he says, looking at all of you.
Right.
Perhaps we should prepare ourselves and get things going in the morning.
I mean, we can always have a separate room for him. We don't really have to, like, be with him, right?
This is true.
Oh,
I've arranged rooms for you all at one of my competitors' inns.
I beg your pardon, your competitor scene?
Yes, one of my competitors' inns.
Alrighty.
Oh, how interesting. Why's that?
To continue business relations between us.
Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. Carry on then. Great party of random no-names I have never met before. How about we shall set off, huh? Well, not right now, but perhaps we should make preparations before we head off into the deadly desert.
Indeed.
Are you taking my son with you, or are you leaving him here for the time being?
Look at the others.
Oh, you're the one in charge. Why don't you go and make that decision for us, eh?
I would personally much prefer we keep him here. Despite and she kind of glances towards the 2 of them. Despite his protest.
I also agree. It doesn't seem as if he has any manners.
He would probably do well to have one last day of comfort as we make the necessary preparations to move on with our adventures, should we say? Anyone
Very well.
disagree?
I kind of shrug, but I say, whatever you say, boss.
Don't call me boss, that might. Whew. And he puffs, I puff up my chest. You know what? I don't know if I'm ready for getting the boss tag quite ready. You know what? Yeah, you're right. Right. So we shall make our way to make the proper preparations. Anyone need any purchases made?
As a note, as you guys are all prepping to leave, Lloyd, Zandra, Clang Clang, and Pewter, those not currently involved directly in the conversation, all of you have been kind of paying attention to Phazon and Nazir this whole time. You note that Phazon just kind of takes all the abuse you guys just dished out, as well as what his father, with a slight stoop of his shoulders and a hang of his head, as if he is ashamed and not actually able to argue or defend himself back. And as you guys are beginning to talk, Nazir turns to Phazon and says, "You heard them. They want you even less than I do right now. Back to your room, worm." The young boy, who now you're getting a feel for his age too, having seen him talk and move around and such, he's about 19 years old. There's a almost 50-year age gap between him and his father. And head hung, the boy exits the room, and Nazir turns to the rest of you as you're beginning to talk about your efforts for shopping. Should you need any more of advanced funds, I might be willing to provide you with additional gold, but doing so will be borrowing against your future payments and will likely reduce the amount that I feel like tipping you later. I prefer employees who are seen, not heard. In this case, neither seen nor heard is good news, in my opinion.
If you don't mind me asking, Lord Nasir, you've traveled these deserts before, am I right?
Time and time again.
Is there anything that we need to be prepared for as we head into the plains?
The desert, yes. I've arranged fast transport for you, as the citizens of Nessus, from my understanding, have gone without water for quite some time now, and their battles against the refugees of Kadrin only gain in intensity with each passing day. As such, you'll be passing through the most dangerous part of the desert, the Blood Sands. Along with a convoy, 3 ships in total will be sailing from the Blood Docks. A large passenger ship, which will be carrying various peoples that wish to use Nessus as a stopping point or are destined for other parts of the desert. A transport ship, which will be carrying your group, as well as the water, and my son. And then a final ship, which is carrying a retinue of guards that will begin to assist in the process of setting up the constabulary. Sailing across the Blood Sands is dangerous. Extremely so, and many precautions must be made before taking a journey. It's why we're including an acolyte of Brother Sand on board, as well as each ship will carry 3 cats apiece.
Is the cats part of trying to cross the desert, or is that just company?
Luck.
Oh.
I highly recommend listening to the captain. He is a veteran of many crossings of the Blood Sands, and will offer insight on what exactly dangerous areas you'll be passing through, as well as what preparations you will need to take. From my experiences crossing the sands, no matter what, I would suggest that you eat and drink very well before the journey. It may be long periods before you are allowed to eat and drink again after starting your journey.
Right. And I kind of lean in and I whisper lowly beneath my breath. What about no. Using the facility, so to speak.
Yes.
If I need, I just kind of roll my eyes backwards and I just raise my hands in
Well-
like exasperation and just go, like, what if I need to take a hit or something?
The captain will brief you on any preparations he has for defecation and relieving yourself upon the ship.
Very well.
I also was a bit curious about the journey. Do you happen to know how long we will be on this journey?
5 days from here to Nessus over the Blood Sands.
Okay.
The
I don't
other
think I
route
can
is
hold my ship
significantly
long.
longer. Sorry?
Oh, right, perfect. I do happen to have enough rations, so I think I'll be okay.
Very good,
Very
then.
well. Very well, my lord. I think we shall retreat for now and we will begin our preparations.
I look forward to hearing about your safe arrival.
And as I turn away from him and I just say lowly underneath my breath, I sure hope so too.
All right. Do you guys wish to leave now, as Nazir seems to light up the hookah, take the long hose into his mouth, and is enjoying a smoke with his concubines at the moment. You'll see every now and then he'll pass one to one of the scantily dressed men or women around for them to imbibe well. As a note, for those of you who are checking, all of his concubines seem to be of very good health.
A little group ran me. So, anyone have anything in mind about what they want to do before we journey?
Yeah, we should probably eat and drink very well, like just like you said, yeah?
Yes.
Much agreed.
Right. Let's eat to our contents and let's drink until we've passed out. Anyone need any supplies before we leave?
No, I don't think so. I think we
No,
are-
I think I'm all set as well.
As a question for mechanics for you, River,
Yes, absolutely.
because it obviously changes from DM to DM, but how much are you tracking each meal that we eat and water that we have? Should we be prepared to have rations for every day, for multiple meals, or how's the mechanics work for that for you?
The way I view it is that one set of rations covers a day's worth of non-perishable foods. Meaning that every day you will, if you are not buying food or eating at an inn or any place like that, you will need to consume 1 day's worth of rations. Anyone with the Outlander skill, anybody here Outlander, because you have the background. Glamour Oracle, you can ask the captain about what creatures permeate the blood sand, and if you are able to eat or capture any of them, about as well how to do so, and your Outlander trait will work for that.
Okay.
Meaning
Quick
that
question.
sorry, well, let me finish with Glam first.
Yeah. Sorry.
With that feature, for those who are unaware, the Outlander background has a feature where every day, Glamour Oracle, Lilac Fae, as long as the land provides nuts, berries, or small game, can catch and prepare enough food for up to 7 people, I believe it is. Meaning,
It's a great
damn.
feat. It's a great background.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You will need to ask the captain about that and roleplay it out, though, as you have not traversed the Blood Sands, so you do not know
Right.
what there is to catch or how to catch it. But after getting a quick tutorial, your feature will be able to work, so long as you are not told that there is nothing edible in the Blood Sands.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
All right. And I do have a question. So does that differ depending on the day or throughout the days that we're traveling? Is that going to change or?
Nope. Once you know how to do
Okay.
it. Yeah, you personally as a character haven't traversed the Blood Sands, so you don't actually know if there is going to be food for that trait to work yet.
Okay. Perfect.
If the Blood Sands
Now-
turn out to just be this hostile, barren wasteland, then there's not
Mhm.
going to be enough food for you to fetch for the party.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Now-
Egg Chat is asking a very good question I hadn't considered. Is there anything edible that flies
Oh.
above the Blood Sands, migrating birds and the like? Glamour Oracle, if you can come up with a way to catch birds while on this ship, I will allow your feature to
Uh-huh.
work like that, because yes, there are flying things that would be above the Blood Sands.
I will say I do believe I have a short bow. I'm not sure if I have. Do arrows count as a?
Yep, that would work
And-
as a way to hunt them, at least to knock them out of the
Okay.
sky, but you got to figure out how you get them into the boat, because they're not always
Right.
just going to fly easily directly above the ship. So if you can come up with a neat little way of getting them out of the air and into the boat, then I will allow your feature to work, because there are definitely migrating birds. And, yeah.
I have an
So-
idea. Maybe I could do the the weather idea where I could change the weather, make it windy. Maybe that could work, and like have them blow towards the ship. Maybe.
Yeah, that'd work if
It
you
would.
change the air currents using your weather spells
Yeah.
in order to just subtly make it easier to fly through paths above the boat. That would totally work.
Okay.
Number one, we'll probably learn more as we speak to the captain of the ships, but also, just to clarify, does water include into rations? Or do we need to get water separate from
No,
rations?
one skin of water, so one full water skin or wine skin, counts as 10 days worth of water for me,
Alright,
if rationed well.
got it.
This is not Curse of
Okay.
Strahd, Egg. This is Blood on the Sand. It's a campaign of my own writing.
So,
So if we need to talk to the captain, do we know which ship it is and who your captain will be so we can get some more information on this trip?
If you wish to meet with him early, I can have him called to the manor.
That would be perfect. It's going to be a little difficult to get what we need if we don't know how long we're going to be.
He gives
Yeah. Could we talk to him like while we're having like our eating and drinking going on, like before the trip? Because I feel like that would prepare us maybe a bit more.
Of course, you could invite
Hey.
him to dinner at your inn if you'd like. I
yeah,
can have
let's-
one of my sons extend the invitation now.
yes, I like that. I would like to invite the captain for dinner. That sounds great. That sounds like a lot of fun. That's a great idea. You get a gold star from me. And he just kind of winks at you.
The inn that you will be attending this evening is the Cheerful Beggar, and you can find it. Where was it again? He seems to think for a moment. In Sawa Quarter. It's close to the Blood Docks for convenience sake. And then he raises his fingers up again, but in a different pattern as he sticks them in the mouth, and he does a different whistle this time, and another young woman enters. Older than Phazin, clearly, but looks similar to him and the elderly man. And Nazir turns to her and says, "My dearest, would you mind fetching the captain of the Blue Swallow and direct him towards the inn that the adventurers will be staying at this evening?" She smiles, gives a deep curtsy in her silks, and says, "Of course, father," and then dashes out swiftly on nimble feet.
Right. Should we go to the inn then?
You may do as however you please.
I'm sorry, I was speaking to my group, not you, but yes.
Yes, we should definitely get going.
Right then, let's go to the inn first, and then we can decide what course of action we want to do after that.
Sounds perfect.
By the time all of you leave the comfortable, cool palace, thanks to all its shade and flowing water, back out into Sar's Walk, it's now about midday, noonish. The sun is at its hottest and highest. The courtyard is now devoid of people out in the middle open areas or near the fountain. Instead, they're all huddled under the various silks, taking shade as they lounge in the courtyard. Leaving Sarswalk into Sawa Quarter is very, very jarring, as all of a sudden the sounds and smells of the city overpower the peaceful serenity that was in Sarswalk. Merchants calling out to sell their wares, beggars on the street holding out their hands for whatever you can give them. Children and animals playing and moving through tight, cramped, confined spaces, as well as the parents doing their best to try to supervise their offspring. This area smells not as nice as Sarswalk, but you're able to tell that the majority of the stench is coming from the southwest of the city, to the Worm District. Eventually, after moving through these narrow streets and alleys, you come to a sturdy-looking building, made out of sandstone, likely, that has an open archway at the front and a pair of saloon-style doors that read, curving on them in gold letters, "The Cheerful Beggar." And the sign that's kind of set up on the ground nearby is that of a beggar smiling while their hand is out, and passerby ignore them entirely.
You said it was a beggar?
The sign is of a beggar.
Sign. Oh,
The inn is called the Cheerful Beggar.
oh, okay. I'm not sure. I looked through the other party, question, is this a good idea, or do we continue to press forward?
Well, this is the inn they told us to meet the captain in, no?
Okay. Oh, right.
I'd be rather upset if we were late, going off and doing other things.
At the very least, we should meet the captain and then decide what we want to do as we learn more information.
Right.
Clang Clang is gonna stare at the sign of the beggar and kind of think back from an old memory and mimicking her boss, and goes, "Poor bastard."
Yeah,
Yeah, well, he's a poor bastard, ain't he? Ain't got no fucking money. Of course he's poor.
I don't quite know why they'd want that to be the name of their inn out of anything they can pick. Anything. Literally anything. It's something.
Are you guys going to be heading?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna go for it.
Oh, I was muted. I was just gonna say, as we're looking over at the sign and we're looking around ourselves, I'm just gonna take off my hat and I'm gonna put it on Clang Clang's head, and I'm just gonna say, you need to watch out for your head. It's really hot outside. Don't want to get heat stroke. The hat it's quite damp. It's damp with sweat, so it's not that pleasant. But he's trying his best, okay?
Clang Clang just kind of turns and stares at the man as you can see the sweat slowly drip down her feathers.
By the way, he looks like he's in pain. He's like, oh god, I hate this heat, but he's still giving you his hat.
Xander kind of grimaces at the sight and is like, all right, I'll be heading inside. You guys do your thing. And she just like turns and heads in.
Clang Clang just
Lloyd also
decides
just walks in.
to keep the hat on and just kind of forgets about it and just walks in as well.
All right. Inside the inn, it's very, very, very busy. There are folk from all sorts of walks of life, mostly adventurers and mercenaries, laughing, cheering, talking, and drinking as music plays in the background. That's not the one I wanted. That is way too dark. Sorry, guys.
Cyberpunk.
We're battle
Stop
again.
scaring me.
It's time for battle again.
Quick.
This should be what I wanted. We'll see in a moment. I need to actually hear it. Well, I'll just change it if I don't like the song. But regardless, it's very, very busy here. The tables are all mostly packed. The bartender is a hefty-looking dwarvish man, dressed in a large, wide robe that hangs off his body less than flatteringly. And much like Valentin, he's wearing a very, very big hat. Jesus, this doesn't have the music I wanted. One moment. I'm so frustrated. I set up all of this, and then it seems as if Sirenscape made me lose some of it. So one moment. It has all the background noise I wanted, but for some reason the music... Wait, do you guys hear music playing right now?
It sounds as if it's like ambience inside of a bar.
Yeah,
with
but no
people
music,
laughing.
huh?
Yeah.
Weird.
It's people laughing and cheering.
Alright, hold on. Is this the one that I wanted then? I believe this is it. Yes. Okay. So, as I was saying, he's a dwarf. He's got a hat, much like Valentin does, mostly to keep the sun out of his face. And he's holding a very large frond in one hand of a big leaf. And he's fanning himself with it furiously as his beard likely doesn't make this desert heat any easier on him. He spots you all as you're coming in and says, "Oi! You lot from the Snake Charmer?"
Oh, yes, we are. That's us.
Your corner's in the table. Your table's in the corner over there, he says, correcting himself and muttering about this damned heat. As he gestures to a corner, more private section of the bar.
Totally perfect. Thank you, mate.
Clang Clang is gonna walk over to the dwarf as he's fanning himself and noticing that the hat looks very similar to the one that she is now wearing. If possible, she's gonna try to swap the hats, thinking that she's doing something good to try to cool him off, since her hat's wet, but his isn't.
He kind of jerks back from you as you're reaching over the bar upon him. He's like, what the hell are you doing?
Clang Clang just looks at him and gestures to her wet hat.
You want me to have that?
She nods as she tries to swap the hats again.
Why wouldn't you let her just roll a skill check to see if she can swap the hat unnoticeably?
Sure, roll something if you want. You could try to convince him, or you could just try to quickly snatch his hat and trade it.
Okay, I'm gonna try. Hold on, let me look at my skills real quick. Can I?
The classic switcheroo.
Can I do sleight of hand and try to like quickly like whoosh like?
Sure, if you
switch him
want,
really
but
quick?
he might be pretty upset at that.
I'm gonna do it.
All right, do it.
I'm a bird on a mission.
A bird on a mission.
Bird on a mission.
Bird on a mission.
Please.
Natural one.
Yes.
So,
I'm gonna look in horror as this is going on.
so instead of switching the hats, Clang Clang kind of accidentally fumbles with her hat when she takes it on and accidentally like shoves it in his face.
The bartender goes, boom, as you push the hat in his face violently, and you hear him mutter, "Oh, it smells like the golden iron stag in here." As he just kind of struggles and slaps your hand away. Valentin, because this is Valentin's hat, correct?
Yes.
It goes flying and sails through the air, landing perfectly in the jug of an orc drinking at a nearby table, who goes, "Oi!"
I do the Home Alone face, so I can just go, ah!
Clink Clink is gonna look at the orc, kind of shocked, and just kind of point to Valentin like it's his hat. It's his
"You
hat.
son of a bitch!" And Valentin,
And
he
then
hurls
all
the whole
birds,
jug
Clink
at
Clink
you.
just keeps going, his hat.
Valentin, the whole jug of ale is hurled at you. What's your AC?
Good question, actually.
And let me just pull up a stat block for this orc, I suppose, now.
My AC is 15.
Alright, let's just, let me see here. This is a throwing weapon, and I'm not going to say he's proficient with jug throwing.
He doesn't have the tab and roller feet.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I should give him that. Thank you.
Oh, God.
Valentin, you are now significantly more soaked and sticky than you were a few moments ago, as you were just splashed entirely with the ale and your hat hits your chest. Unfortunately, the ale continues to splash out and lands, splattering a very surprised-looking, dark-skinned halfling at a table behind you, who gets up and yells, "What the fuck?" And he looks over to where the orc with an empty jug is. He says, "Oh, you're gonna pay for that!" And then he says, "Let's get him, boys!" And then his table, which is like entirely halflings, gets up, and they all begin charging towards the orc as a bar fight begins to break out. And you can hear the bartender screaming, "No! No, not again! Not again!"
Clink
As all
Clink,
of this is happening, I'm pointing towards the orc that was doing it, and then I go, "Oh, I guess they just did it anyway."
Are you guys gonna participate in the bar fight, or what are you gonna do? There's
I need to get my
chaos.
hat back.
Is there any way I can charm the orc into to stop fighting?
Do you have the spell Calm Emotions?
Hold on, I'm checking.
That's a level 2 spell.
I don't.
I'm just gonna go to the table and sit
I
down.
have
Clink Clink is gonna scurry over to the table that they were supposed to go to in the corner, just kind of watch like nothing ever happened and it was
Well,
not
where
their
did my spells
fault.
go?
I'm gonna go rush for my hat.
That's it.
One of the halflings is currently like wrapped around the orc, hitting him in the side of the head repeatedly, as it looks like one of the mercenary companies is getting up too and starting to throw punches just basically at everyone, as various organizations in the bar are beginning to take opportunities to take it out on each other. And the musician just calls out, the bard in the corner goes, "It's on for the young and the old!" And he begins changing up what he's playing.
Okay.
Oh, would you like
can
us to
I-
roll?
Can I talk to the bartender real fast and like lean against the corner? Can I get a drink, mate?
He looks,
I don't want to participate in this. I would love to get a drink, and then go sit in the corner where we're supposed to sit. Can I get out here?
roll me a persuasion, Valtreya, as the bartender's grabbed a nearby bucket and is doing his best to crawl into it right now.
The accent.
There's no
is
way I could have enough magic
everywhere.
to
It's
charm everyone.
literally everywhere.
Sorry, what was that? What was that? Glam?
Oh no, I was saying I don't know if I could have a spell that would affect everyone, or I don't know how that will work. I'm not sure, because I have a charm person spell, but it's level 1, so I'm not sure
You
what to do.
get a single person.
Or something.
Yeah.
Oh, Tia's got
okay,
something.
so that
Tia.
wouldn't really help much, would it?
Tia's got something. Tia.
Yes, Peter can cast sleep over the bar.
Heck yeah, let's go.
Who will be affected? Nobody knows.
I look over.
Okay.
I just
Tia, as Peter says that, I kind of back away to the back, away from like the range. Bar?
I
I
had
just
higher success with the sleep spell.
out of character. I'm looking over at Lloyd.
Yeah, I'm looking at Lloyd too. Go ahead and roll your sleep spell, Tia.
Oh my god.
I'm just gonna go for my hat. That's all I care about.
You drop to your hands and knees going for your hat, only to have it kicked away in the fighting as you see it go tumbling further into the
Wait,
brawl.
what the fuck? Sleep unconscious. What the fuck is that?
I I need you
I
to
have
roll.
questions.
Yes, I'm aware. What do I roll? I roll 5d8.
Yep, 5d8 should be there. Lloyd, what's your HP again, Lloyd?
Oh no. Hang on. Where are we?
Alright,
It's a good thing I'm a half-elf, so I can't be put to sleep.
Over...
Where's
Wait, it's
HP
an
hidden on the
AOE.
character sheet here?
I
Oh,
see it,
It's
8.
8. There we go.
Pewter, describe what this looks like as you cast your spell.
Right. So a fine silvery sand settles over the whole of the bar. That slowly disappears, but people breathe it in. They begin to feel drowsy and peaceful. Not quite a good peaceful, more like they're very tired. They've been baked under the sun for hours, and they just want to pass out.
Nice.
That's kind of the feeling settling over them, and from this silverish sand.
So, Lloyd, I'm so sorry, but the threshold is just enough to include you as well. As Zandra, the only reason you don't fall asleep is because Lloyd falls asleep. So, Lloyd, you're sat down trying to ignore everybody and just kind of look up, and there's just little bits of sand floating in the air towards you. What do you do?
I just like get tired and just like fall forward and just hit my head on the table.
He's just bonk out cold on the table.
Yeah.
As is any other adventurer who identifies as a wizard in this room. About 5 of them. 5 of the weakest, skinniest, and combatants that shouldn't be in a bar fight immediately just collapse over sleeping. As there's now like a pile of sleeping people scattered around the bar that the fight's happening like over top of at this point. But you do take out about a quarter of all the people in this bar fight immediately, so just 3/4 more left to go.
So I did roll for persuasion. Did the bartender even pay attention to me, or is he still crawling into that bucket?
No, he poured you a very, very small ale and was like, 1 silver. No, 2 silver. Gotta pay for damages.
What the heck, mate? It's not my fault they fought in.
What? I can't understand you. 3 silver.
Fuck you, mate.
Fuck you too, he said, slightly muffled from under his bucket.
As he's yelling all of these things, as I'm going for a hat, I just put down 3 silver on the counter.
Zonder grabs the drink. Is the bartender even like paying attention to her at this point? Or is he like is he like distracted by the fight and everything?
You watch as he clambers into this bucket as if he's had to do this before, and then you watch as he just in the bucket rolls and disappears underneath the bar.
Can I do like a sleight of hand to try and steal something from behind the bar, like a drink, while he's like busy doing that?
Yeah, sure.
As all of that is going on, as I've paid off whatever Xander was supposed to be paying off, I would like to just roll an acrobatics to recover my hat.
Go ahead. As Valentin's recovering his hat, Xander, you managed to successfully swipe a you swipe a bottle of failed acrobat wine, and it's got an image of what appears to be a half-elf tumbling through the air. And as you're like looking at the bottle, the label, you like move it to the side and you see a half-elf tumbling through the air.
Zonder takes the bottle and her like the drink that the bartender poured for her and like scurries at dances around the fight, never like actually ending up in it, but getting close to people who are fighting and just like constantly staring at people as she's like making her way over to the table where everyone else is sitting.
Well,
she's got like this big ass grin on her face as she's watching everyone pummel the shit out of each other.
You sit down beside Lloyd, who's currently snoring on the table.
He's having a good old Roy time, isn't he? And she just like starts drinking her drink.
You glance over
Clang,
to Valentin. Sorry, I want to narrate. Martin,
Yeah.
sorry, Valentin, do you have any idea of what's happening to you right now with that nat 1, or would you like me to narrate something?
Well, as I'm leaping towards the hat, who was on the head of the bartender, but as he's crawling in the headspace, and I'm putting down the 3 silver to pay for the drink that Xandra was, not paying for. I'm leaping over, but then I just kind of trip, and in slow motion I start to just flail around and just go, no. And I just land right next to the barkeep.
You do so with an added complication that you fly too far and you crash into the display of bottles of whiskey, wine, ales, and other liquor that was on display behind the bar. Bottles shatter and go flying everywhere as you land in a heap of spilled alcohol. And Zandra, you've now saved the bar's only remaining bottle of wine.
Yeah!
As I'm laying there on the ground, the bottle of whiskey is just, slowly going tick, 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 tick. And then it finally falls over, and it just starts pouring down over my mouth, and I just go, wow.
Lilac and Clang and Pewter, what are you guys doing? 3/4 of the bar is still fighting, 1/4 of it's just asleep, and the bartender's nowhere to be seen anymore. You can hear whimpering coming from behind the bar.
I would say I'm doing my best to avoid and ignore it. Just holding on to my totem, but at the same time, I kind of want to prevent anything drastic from happening. So I don't know if I'll have the type of spell to be able to cast anything, but I'm contemplating it. I'm contemplating it.
Let me look through your sheet, see if I can't find anything to recommend that might help you out.
I have, like I said, I have Charm Person. I do have Minor Illusion.
Minor Illusion lets you create an illusion of anything that would fit in a 5-foot cube, right? So you could have a very small squadron of very short cops appear in the doorway, or you could have you could block.
Static and do the T-pose. So
it's a shitty illusion, but it might calm people down for a brief moment. You could also, as a note, your illusions can also block line of sight. So what you could do is just illusion that there's a wall in between your table and the rest of the bar. So this way no one will interact with your table because they won't realize you're there.
I think I'll do the one with the cop illusion and then see where that goes.
All right,
like a guard, so to speak, the guard illusion.
Just remember, it can only fit a total of 5-foot cube. So describe to me what you have up here. Because you could, again, like I said, you could have a group of very small guards, or
when we say very small, it's like literally type of guards.
You can also do a sound like that of guard whistles in the distance.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the illusion is not going to be effective, so maybe I should do the sound, imitate some type of noise to immediately I guess scare everyone. I don't know if that will work, but something like, I think I want to do something like that.
Sure, what would you like to do? The guard has a very distinctive whistle that they use in Thascalus.
Oh, is it?
Yep.
Okay.
It's a very distinctive whistle that they call up for alarm because Thascalus is a very, very rich place.
Okay.
Its police force is mostly made up of mercenaries and people doing their 10 years hard labor. So they're not like trained combatants or anything, meaning that the general policing of Thascalus is if you hear a whistle, every cop goes to that whistle. So you will, it's very much a don't be there when the horde of policemen arrive kind of deal.
So Lilac looks at her totem. Regarding her notebook, again, which she looks at frequently every single day, she regards the notes that remind her of the area around her, including the town and the culture, including the whistle and any of the customs that affect the sound that she would like to bring into the picture. And she begins casting. Let's see, what is it?
Fireball.
She clutches her totem. She casts. Does Shillelagh work with this as well?
Shillelagh would not. Shillelagh is a cantrip that enhances your melee weapon.
Okay, so I'm not gonna use that. Okay, so I'll just clutch the totem and we'll go for the sound effect of the guards, loud enough for the bar to hear and for them to recognize what's going on around them.
For sure. Give me your best whistle. Let me hear it.
When the whistle comes out, I would like to just go, "Oh shit! It's the coppers!" Just loudly.
Go ahead, Glam. Give me the whistle.
Okay.
It's so good Discord didn't even pick it up, meaning it must be very high pitched.
Okay.
Oh, whistle.
Maybe it's my mic.
I'll just, we'll say you did your best on the whistle, and
Okay.
Valentin then yells, "Oh shit, it's the cops!" Valentin, roll me a deception at advantage.
Yeah.
Wait,
Also,
does-
my...
Can I just ask real fast? Does Valentin even know about this? Isn't he like upside down on the bar with alcohol pouring into his mouth?
I still hear the fucking whistle.
Gurgling.
Can it be loud enough for everyone to hear, or does it have to be distinct?
No,
for
no,
the
it can be
people that are, like-
loud. It can be loud. So
If-
it goes throughout the whole bar.
If I don't hear the whistle, then what's the fucking point of no one else hearing the whistle?
No. I'm not saying you don't hear it, but do you know that it's actually like a real whistle, or do you know that it's like
Oh, no,
actual
no.
cops?
No,
Oh,
he'd
you
be
know what?
yelling if
I'll-
it was actual cops. He'd be yelling
I mean,
that. He thinks
I'll
it's
just
real
go,
cops.
"Oh shit, it's the coppers."
Okay.
Performance of deception.
Actually, in this case, you think it's real persuasion.
Persuasion? Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay. And would I have to roll anything as well? 'Cause
No, you're giving him advantage, so he gets the chance to
Okay.
roll twice and take the higher of the two numbers.
All right.
Which means he gets a total of 21 as the, oh crap, it's the guard!
Oh, wait, no, wait, that's a religion. I'm so sorry.
Unfortunate. Roll one more time.
20,
Nat
20.
20! Why are all the
shit.
nat 1s and nat 20s getting out of the way now?
What luck do you have with these rolls?
Oh my god.
I rolled 2 nat 1s. Don't give me that shit.
Immediately, the bar fight entirely stops. Like, the orc's got 2 of the halflings, one in each hand, like, flexed above him, as another one's feeding him punches. They all stop, and they all turn to look at the entrance, and then they all like, look at each other. They all go, "Oh shit, I'm on probation!" And they throw, like, the halflings down. They begin scattering by any means necessary that isn't the front door, because the whistle sounded like it was coming from there, right, Oracle? Meaning...
Absolutely. And I just continue the whistle until everything is just calmed down. Like,
Oh, it gets very calm very quickly, because
Okay.
everybody is leaving by way of the windows. As someone
Oh,
grabs
wow.
a chair and hurls the chair through the window, they all begin clambering through the various windows, out the
my
back
God.
door, every way that they can to get out of this bar that doesn't involve them going through the front door where the cops might potentially be. So, in a matter of about 6 seconds, as every bar patron, thanks to the nat 20, takes their action to dash, the bar is now empty of people. It's like a sandstorm hit this place. Anything that was glass is broken and shattered. The saloon doors are hanging off their hinges. Every single table is overturned apart from the one that Lloyd is at, where he's sleeping peacefully with Zandra just enjoying a bottle of wine beside him. The only sound remaining in this bar is the loud sobbing of the bartender behind it.
Can
oh
I...
my god. That was great.
Can I roll an insight to just check if I would go for the windows or if I would just crawl into the same space as the bartender?
You can do whatever you want. You could go for the windows or you could crawl into the same space. Up to you.
I would like to crawl into the same height space as the bartender.
You crawl underneath the bar with him as he's in his bucket, and you just hear him weeping sadly beside you in his bucket as he's saying, "It's too expensive to own a bar in the Sawa Quarter. Why did I ever listen to my father? This happens every other 10 day. Fuck the snake charmer. Fuck his adventurers. Fuck everything. And now you know why the snake charmer sent you to his competitors."
That is fantastic.
Oh, God.
I am afraid I have to go.
No worries. Thank you so much for coming, Tia. In that case, I'll
I'm
take over
sorry
playing
for-
Peter for now. No, totally fine, totally fine.
I am
Thank you for
very
being
sorry.
here.
I forgot my time schedule. I forgot that I would need to have like no noise here.
Gosh, no worries. Listen, let's all give Tia another big hand for coming out as our
I am
very first
sorry
guest.
Yay!
I'll see you, everyone.
Thank you
Thank
so
you
much
for
for coming,
coming.
Tia. You have a nice day. And remember, guys,
Have a
you
good one.
can follow Tia right
Yeah.
here.
Yay!
Don't do that. Save yourself.
I'm gonna
Save
do
yourself.
it. Here
Doing
I
this.
go.
I'm gonna
I'm
do
clicking
it.
it.
Some time passes. By the way, the only person who didn't run is the bard that's been playing music in the corner. And with the bar fight over, hold on, he just goes back to playing, but he pauses for a second, a few strings in, and he goes, "Hey, wait a minute. Who's gonna pay me now?"
From underneath the counter, 2 more silver comes up.
What, are you only covering room and board?
Up another 2 silver.
That's more like it. All right.
Zandra, who finished off her first drink, is now just taking straight swigs from the wine bottle, hands it out to Clink Clink. You want a sip, mate? You want some?
Clink Clink grabs it, and nods, and takes a quick swig, and just starts coughing, just wondering what this foul drink is. Just kind of
Zandra
hands it back.
Zandra claps Clink Clink on the back. Hey, there you go, mate. You'll get used to it. It's pretty good, huh? It's a good shit.
Clang Clang is gonna look over at Lloyd, who's still passed out, and kind of take one hand and like lift his head up and use the other hand to try to like open one eyeball and like look to see if he's still conscious.
It only lasts for a minute.
Yeah, meaning that, Lloyd, you're already beginning to stir again. As you wake up, the bar is just
Super
empty.
confused.
Yeah.
Someone's just like tried to forcibly open my eyes. And like, it's like a time skip's just happened.
There's just a minute that you don't remember anything for.
And somehow this whole minute, everyone's disappeared, so...
Total chaos.
To you, it would be
Yeah.
like you've passed out in the middle of a bar fight. You wake up, everyone's gone.
Everyone's
Yeah.
gone, the place is trashed, and there's someone trying to open your eyes for you.
I just like look around in confusion.
What a strange thing my model froze on while I was stood up for a moment.
You're in deep contemplation.
Yeah.
All right. Some time passes. Do you guys want to talk about what just happened at all?
Clang Clang is gonna quickly look around and just go, "Not my fault. Not my fault."
Eventually, I'm gonna crawl out from my hiding spot, and I'm gonna rejoin the others. And I'm gonna bring a whiskey bottle with me because why not? So now that everything's calm again, I actually don't know most of your names.
Yeah, I forgot everyone's names already too. It's all right, mate. We'll eventually figure it out.
Okay, and I put down the whiskey bottle, and I say, well, it's a drinking game now. You say your name, you say a little bit about yourself, and the rest of it is just, you take a sip of the drink. And eventually we'll learn more about each other.
Clang
And I
Clang.
put
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, I put the drink down in front of Lloyd first. So how about you first? And I look over at Zandra, and I just go, mate.
Yeah, mate, you getting it? Yeah.
Did you bring over any like glasses or anything?
Nice, just a straight bottle.
Okay, I just take a swig and just say, "My name's Lloyd."
Alright, that's a start. Anything else you want to talk about yourself? Like, what are your What are your skills? What are you proficient with? It's nice to know as like team leaders, so to speak. Why am I talking like you now? What have you done to me? Oh my god, it's all the
It's
alcohol.
contagious, ain't it, mate? You just can't stop yourself after a little while.
I sort of sigh and say, I do magic.
Ah.
Ooh, fancy magic show. Okay, cool,
Is it
cool.
is it a type of arcane magic, or is it divine magic, or is it like nature magic? What is it? What type of magic?
Arcane, I'm a wizard.
Oh. As you say wizard, I kind of look away from you in like not shame, more like there's an apprehension towards the word mage, wizard, whatever. And I just slide the bottle over to Zandra.
Wait, sorry, what was that, mate?
What are you?
What am I? You know, I don't even know quite what I am. I'm good with this stick here. She like pulls out her quarterstaff. I can smack people with it real good, and I can also use my little fisties here. And she like does like a little jab in the air. I'm pretty good at fighting, but that's about it.
All right. And after Zandra's not or has taken her sip, I push the bottle over to Clang Clang.
Yeah, she's been drinking heavily this whole time.
Clink,
I take the bottle away from Clang Clang.
Clang Clang is just still slowly reaching for it to try to take another sip.
Just got those little grabby, feathery hands.
Little feathery hand, like reaching for it before he takes it away. And the bird looks a little sad.
I slide the bottle back.
Clang Clang grabs it again and takes another swig, coughing again, clearly not being able to handle alcohol as well as other races, and like puts the bottle down and makes the clanging noises again and kind of like lifts both arms up and just kind of gestures to herself, considering she looks like a bird and does not look like anyone else.
I start pouring the contents of the bottle into my own flask, and then I drink a little bit of the bottle. Right, so I'm Valentin Dolk. My parents were nobles from a distant land. They were killed, and I'm their sole heir. And one day I hope to take revenge for them. Something like that. And then I push the bottle over to Lilac.
Well, if that ain't a sad story. There's a little bit of anything in you.
Not giving anyone a chance to reflect on the story.
Lilac stares at you concerned, but she takes a swig and she says, well, aren't you, that's a very interesting backstory. And begin to describe yourself as a traveler, well-versed traveler to be in fact, and also being full elven, completely not aware of some things at some time since she's just begun traveling from her homeland, and probably not fully aware of her alcohol intake either.
She just keeps on chugging.
So she just keeps drinking and just assumes for the best that she'll be okay. That she'll be okay.
Jesus, you guys have a meeting later.
But she also like, starts to get a little emotional and says, I feel like you guys are like really cool people and we're gonna go on a great adventure together.
Oh, wow, that's really cool. And I look over at Pewter, who's no longer here, and I just go, oh, never mind.
I'd like a turn, Peter says.
Oh, I slide the bottle over to Pewter.
Thank you. Well, my name is Peter. I am a cleric of Brother Sand, god of the wind and the sand. And I am an Earth Ganasai.
Pleasure, mate. Yeah.
It's a pleasure
For
to meet
the
you all as
second
well.
time.
Aye.
Lovely to meet you.
As Valentin is now a bit drunk, he just kind of looks awkward and does his double finger guns towards Peter and just goes, right on. Right.
And you're a bit
Ganassi.
awkward, aren't you, mate?
Really nice. Well, maybe. You know,
First it's the coin, then it's the finger guns, then it's the ball fight. You know, you're a little bit all over the place, ain't you?
hey, look, where I come from, we don't really have bar fights.
What? Why not? Peter says.
You know, because everyone respects each other and each other's personal space, I guess.
Sounds like a fairy tale, mate.
Look, I haven't been back to my home country for a long while, okay?
Yeah, fair enough. Guess we're all a little bit far away from home.
he looks at Zara and is like, what have you done to me? Why am I speaking like you?
Isn't it a little rude that you keep mimicking her accent? I mean, I understand why Clang Clang has to do it, but, like, you have a choice.
No, it's all right, mate. Look, it's contagious. It's the proper way of speaking, yeah? You get used to it. It sounds good, no?
Really infectious.
I could have been an artist, you know, you hear from behind the bar. As the bartender is leaned up on it. Bosco! Soft Diesel. That's my clan's name. Soft Diesel. I could have been an artist, you know. But instead I came here. And I opened this bar. And now look at it. It's in ruins. Shambles. My entire life savings gone. I barely recovered the last time this happened. And he turns around to go get one of his bottles of, like, you know, anything alcoholic off the, rack, sees that they're all destroyed, wails, finds one that looks fine, but as he picks it up, the bottom just falls out. The bartender just goes, ah!
Clang Clang, watching all this, just looks at him and goes, poor bastard.
What's the bartender a dwarf or a?
He's a dwarf.
Else?
Bosco Soft Diesel is his name, apparently.
Okay. Right. Now that we've gotten to know each other, I guess it's just time to wait for the captain to arrive.
Hopefully he doesn't see the inside of this ball until it runs around.
Whatever you said.
You guys wait around for a little bit, and eventually, as dinner time's coming, the captain arrives. At this point, the bartender has been going through the 5 stages of grief and is at the acceptance stage, as he has just accepted that his bar is like this now and seems to be doing his best to go about tending bar as best he can. Anytime a customer comes in, though, it seems to reignite the whole wound, as he'll give them a hearty greeting like he did all of you, and then the customer will immediately 180 and walk out.
Can I just say that for flavor, Sandra is, this whole time while we're waiting for the captain, is very, very chatty, but she's also talking so fast and with such a thick accent that nobody understands a fucking word she's saying.
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
I have slid over another 2 gold to the bartender during this time to cover for the expensive.
You think this is gonna cover the expenses? He's back in the anger stage as he hurls the 2 coins of gold as hard as he can off into the corner of the bar. Two gold? You think 2 gold is going to cover all of this? You son of a bitch! Let me at him! And he tries to get over his bar, but he kind of like trips and just falls over the bar, and he goes back to the depression stage, crying heavily.
I slide another gold over.
He just sobs. Mora, as a note, I will say that Clang Clang has now picked up the art of that accent gibberish. You can now mimic just absolute gibberish in that accent. As
So excited.
you have been listening to it this whole time, meaning that your character with their mimicry can perfectly mimic this gibberish now. What was that, Oracle? Oracle? I heard a
Who's
wait.
Oracle? It's Lilac. It's
Yeah.
Lilac.
Lilac?
So are we able to, let's say, like, we just have that affinity to pick up languages? Does this happen at any random time, or do we have to continually have like a conversation with said individual to be able to understand what they're saying?
Generally, to learn a new language or any skill proficiency, I have a calculation for it that I can share with you all a little bit later. I'll put it in. It's in Rough Factory info on this Discord server. If you scroll up, it takes a certain number of days. However, Mora is a race of bird people that innately are capable of mimicking any sound that they have heard perfectly. They can mimic the sound of paint dripping. They can mimic the sound of someone's voice. So anytime Clang Clang speaks, it's actually in someone else's voice that they've heard in the past, not an actual voice of their own. If you've seen Transformers, think similar to Bumblebee, of how he always speaks through the radio for the first bit? Yeah. So that means that, like, anything that you guys say or do, if Clang Clang has not heard that word or phrase or way of speaking before, it gets added to Clang Clang's abilities to speak. So,
okay, cool.
Yeah, so Clang Clang is capable of mimicking anything perfectly, and including that line of just accentful gibberish where nothing was actually said.
Clang Clang, you are amazing.
They don't need to understand what it meant, just to know that they can copy it in the future.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, but to learn an actual language and be able to speak it, it takes some time. Also, I do allow, if people want to mimic things, performance checks to be rolled. Meaning that later down the line, Oracle, you could be like, I want to say a bunch of gibberish in the same accent that Zandra has. I would just have you roll a performance for it. The main difference between you and Clang Clang is Clang Clang doesn't need to roll automatic success anytime they try to mimic anything.
There's
There's also the actor feat that gives you that same ability that Clang Clang has, the ability to mimic people perfectly. So there's a feat that you could take at level 4 that would give you the capabilities to do so.
Oh, okay. Very helpful.
It's a really fun feat. Not super useful, but really fun. But anyway, let's move on.
The main thing that I think that doesn't make it useful, just for chat and my players, is that it doesn't give an ASI, an ability score increase, like most of the other feats do. There's some talk that they might be updating all of the old feat list eventually in the upcoming book. So we'll see if they do or don't, but it might make Actor a lot more viable. Carrying on.
That's actually not. It's not true. It increases charisma by 1.
Wait, does it actually increase charisma by 1?
Yep. It's in the player's handbook.
Oh,
but
I forgot that it did. I thought it didn't do anything.
Again, it's situational, but it's still useful.
Yep. In that case, as I was saying, eventually, a large, muscular man, clearly half-elven, but about where half-elvens tend to take after the elven side for their body type, being generally lithe and lean, this dude is built. This guy looks like he has gone to the gym every single day of his life and hasn't skipped leg day either. He is muscular as hell. His arms are as thick as tree trunks, basically, as he comes kind of in. Across his back is a heavy two-handed curved blade that anyone native to Thascalis will know has basically a longsword, but instead it's called a falchion here. Same stats and everything, just the style is different. It's like a really big scimitar. It's sheathed on his back as he darkens the saloon doorway. He's got deeply tanned skin, gray eyes, and generally good clothes right now for working and traveling long distances. Easy, free-flowing, but also with some leathers clearly for protection's sake. He scans the bar underneath sweaty dreadlocks. What in the name of Brother Sand happened here?
At this point, I'm completely smashed. I am so drunk. It's... I'm so drunk, I'm just passed out on the table, just murmuring, oh yeah, you need to speak to this person over here.
No,
I
mate, you're the
point-
captain.
And I
Aye.
point over to
my fault.
whoever the last person that spoke is basically who I'm pointing at. And at any point anyone else speaks, I point to the next person.
Captain Nahadana.
It's a pleasure to meet you, mate. We're here to talk to you about a mission. Carrying a prince across the bloody sands, yeah? Something like that.
I'd been invited to a dinner as far as I remember. As he looks
Oh.
about the smashed tables, broken windows, and just general disarray of the bar.
I want you to love me.
Is he going to be alright?
Probably not. But hey, maybe we should go somewhere else for dinner then, yeah?
Very well. Are any of you native to the area? Would you know of a good place? It's been quite some time since I was back in Thascalis, and my favorite eatery seems to have closed down.
Oh, I don't
You
think
get-
there's a native among us at all.
I am.
It's
Lloyd,
the first time this mate's spoken.
what's your general style of life? High, mid, or low? Like quality-wise for how much you spend, generally.
Formerly it was high, now it is low.
Okay, so you would know of, you would still know of some nice class eateries that your party definitely cannot afford, and you know of some street vendors that you could sit outside in, like, some shade and maybe get a, skewer of lizards. Called a lizard gizzard. Sorry, I just liked my little joke. Carry on.
I will just point out the street food.
If I had to choose between questionable meat and a messy bar, I'll pick the messy bar. And he just
Yes.
strides over and sits down at the table with you all.
Perfect. I was going to ask if there's a way for us to, like, is there any sort of check we could know for...
Yeah, if you wanted
for
someone could roll me a
hypothetically,
history.
like, while we were walking through the city to the bar, that we might have noticed a restaurant that seemed nice along the way.
Yeah, there were a ton if you wanted to leave, but then this dude doesn't make any money off the food. And if you don't stay any here, remember that the snake charmer paid for your stay here, and the bartender begrudgingly lets you know that food does come included in that.
Fair enough. Cool.
I've
We'll see.
paid him so much fucking money.
3 fucking gold.
It's all paid for, mate. What do you think I wasn't paying for shit?
And 3 gold is a lot.
So
And a couple of silver.
the bartender mutters and says, "At least the kitchen's, still fine." And then you just hear him give a wail from the back, and he says, "When did anyone even get back here?" As you hear him wailing. As he gets started on cooking whatever it is you're going to eat. The captain sits down with you all. I am the captain of the Blue Swallow, the large passenger ship.
Oh, yes, and so, you don't know anything about our mission, then?
I do. I'm leading the convoy. My first mate will be the one piloting the skiff you'll be in.
Well, perfect, then. We just had some questions about whether we were properly geared for the mission, yeah? How long is this going to take us?
We have submitted an itinerary for 5 days. Sometimes travel can be shorter or longer, based on the fairness of the winds and the fairness of the desert. If Brother Sand favors us, we could arrive as early as within 3 days. Or if we are bringing omens of ill tiding, then Brother Sand will delay us up to about 10 days, I'd imagine. 5 days is a good interim. Anything longer than 5, if Thascalis hasn't heard back from us, they will assume that we've been lost in the Blood Sands, and it will be up to the Snake Charmer if he wishes to hire a rescue mission or not.
I'm just gonna, try to stroke the captain's shoulder at this point, and just go, "What was your name again?"
He gently keeps taking your hand off his shoulder and putting it back down on the table.
Sorry about him, mate. He's the one that normally leads us around a bit, but it seems he's had a little bit too much to drink, you know what I mean? So, the rest of us seem pretty
Captain
fine. Just
Nahadana again. He just mutters to you, Valentin. Captain Nahadana.
Captain Nahadana. That's a pretty name.
Thank you.
What
My
race?
mother gave it to me. He's a half elf.
What? A half elf. Okay.
Yep, he's got some of the pointed ears, but he's way too big to be a proper elf, and he's got dreadlocks.
So, like, is there anything that we need to know about tomorrow?
I
That
will
we
be
need
taking any food or drink you'll be bringing and storing it away securely on the skiff. No liquids nor foods can be unbottled or opened while you're aboard the ship. There are various rest stops we'll be taking once a day where you may open them and eat, as well as spots that you may relieve yourself. The Snake Charmer's daughter was very clear for some reason that you were curious about that.
Oh, you know why that is? Why we're gonna have a lot of food confiscated?
Aye, anything opened could attract monstrosities.
Oh.
The blood
Oh, that
sands
makes
are
a lot of
still quite
sense.
dangerous.
I was also wondering, besides the rations that we are taking, is any of the other food that we're bringing considered perishable?
Some of it, but that won't be your food. That's the delivery for Nessus. It will all be secured on the passenger ship. Your supplies will be secured on the transportation skiff, as will be the guardsmen that are coming with you. Their supplies will be secured on their own skiff.
Alrighty.
So like, if we need to take like a shit or need to pee or something,
You hold it.
we hold it because otherwise it's gonna attract the finger guns at the captain.
Monstrosities.
Right, it's gonna attract the monstrosities. Right, so no peeing or shitting, everyone.
Apart from at the designated locations. Why are you so concerned about this?
Apart from the designating... Look. We have someone with us that might not know about the dangers of the desert, so we're just looking out for them. Okay?
Aye. Should the worst happen, my crewmen are prepared with contingency plans to secure the most favorable chances of survival for the majority of civilians aboard.
Oh, that's a guideline. What would you recommend for us to, like, do before we set out?
Right before leaving, eat a big hearty meal, drink a fair amount of water, bring supplies to deal with the heat, as well as I would even recommend a short trip through Sawa Quarter to find a merchant selling sunscreen.
Ooh. What sunscreen?
It's a sort of cream that the alchemists developed for travelers in the desert that weren't used to it to prevent their skin from burning.
Ah, that's really smart. Wow, and I turned to the others in the rest of the party. That's really smart.
For those of you
We
that
should get sunscreen.
For those of you that get bored, I would also recommend stocking up on something to entertain yourself along the journey. It will be long. For long periods, you will be doing nothing but sitting in a cramped, tight skiff with nothing between you and the blood sands but the wood. And I would be very cautious about dipping even so much as a pinky into the blood sands.
So I had a question. Is being a druid and I'm always outside in the sun.
Yeah, you're fine. If you guys
would
have,
I be-
yeah, if you're naturally tanned, if you are darker skinned, the sun's not going to bother you as much as it does someone
Okay.
like Valentin, who's pale as shit.
Okay.
I'm not that pale. Okay. Right. Okay. That makes sense.
Same. In addition, as a note, if you have fire resistance, you actually don't feel the burning heat as badly as everybody else, and you will not be at risk of environmental effects such as heat exhaustion or anything like that. But I don't believe anyone in this party currently has resistance to fire damage.
Uh-huh.
Is the question? Because I've forgotten quite what it celestial resistant is not. It's just
Necrotic and
holy?
radiant.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, you need to be a tiefling for that shit. Are you just being like a demon or something?
Tiefling, and I have tiefling crewmen, so I'll have you know that I do not tolerate any sort of ill wind against them. Or idle chatter.
We would never. Do you? Any of you guys have sunscreen?
Clang just looks at themselves, considering they're covered in feathers, and just looks back at him and cocks her head.
Right. What about
Your feathers
the beautiful?
provide you a natural resistance, so you should be fine. You won't burn.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Now we would need to get sunscreen for me.
I was wondering, would it be possible for me to make sunscreen?
If you have proficiencies with an alchemist kit,
Okay, hold on, let me see.
I would also allow proficiency with an herbalism kit. Let me check your sheet.
I have medicine, nature.
I believe that you should be proficient. You'll find it in a bit of a weird spot because I don't actually think we
Okay.
set up a proficiency roll for it. So if you go
Okay.
to your, I believe it is your abilities tab. In your proficiencies, it goes over all of your proficiencies.
I have an herbalism kit.
So you are proficient with an herbalism kit. Do you actually have one on you? Let me look in your inventory now. Because just because you're proficient with it doesn't mean you've bought one. If you were to buy an herbalism kit and pay an alchemist for the recipe, then yes, you could make sunscreen yourself. Pretty easily, too. You would just have to go buy some ingredients, you would have to buy an herbalism kit, and then you would have to pay an alchemist to sell you the recipe.
Okay.
All things you can do here in the Sawa Quarter, the captain lets you know. The Sawa Quarter is the place for merchants here in Thascalis.
So,
Worm districts for the poor.
As a druid, you would probably be able to make sunscreen, but you don't have the necessary equipment, is what he's saying.
Right.
Yep.
Correct. Or the money.
You have 10 gold, which is more
Is
than
that enough?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
a
is
gold,
it? Okay.
Yeah, one singular gold is worth 1 day's hard labor, is how it works.
Oh.
So, 10 gold is 10 days worth of needing to buy 3 meals, have lodging and shelter, all those things. That's 1 gold to generally do a day. So a gold, 1 singular gold is a fair bit. And remember, you're being paid a total of 2,000, and you guys have been given 500 gold that I'm currently sitting in your party inventory sheet. And you can just tell me whenever you want me to split that up amongst yourselves, or if you want to leave it there to take things out of for the party fund.
Okay. I would like to use what I have on me to go ahead and buy the necessary items to make the sunscreen from the alchemist.
Perfect. Yeah, a short trip through the Sawa Quarter. You have purchased everything you need. The only thing that might be expensive is the herbalism kit. Let me check that price.
Perfect.
Also,
so
Martin, you're the one who's got the gold. Do you want me to split it between everybody?
Oh, right.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So,
I could use mine if you want.
how much gold did we say we had? 500?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, amongst the... how many
Not
are
split
we?
between Pewter, who's already been told you Pewter has been paid already.
Yeah, we're 5 people without Pewter. And whoever else doesn't matter, so 100 gold each. And basically,
Cool.
I just slumped.
Boom, you all now
just-
had 100 gold added to your inventory.
Oh my god, you paid it to us automatically? That's
Let's
nice.
go.
Yeah, I can just put it inside in the party sheet. So I want to direct all of your attentions right now to the wonderful party sheet. In the top right, near the tools, you should see where the combat tracker, the 2 crossed swords is. It looks like there's 3 dudes all vibing and hanging out, right? Click that. That opens up your party sheet. You can see everybody in the party's current HP, all of their stats, all of their perceptions, their senses, anything special defenses or effects that they have on them. It's an amazing little sheet that explains everything going on. The second tab is the inventory. And if you look there, you should see a party inventory. You'll see that you can see everything that everybody is carrying. Meaning that if you're like, oh shit, who picked up that super rare, one-of-a-kind magic item? We don't remember who has it. You just look in the party inventory. It'll show you who's carrying it.
I can't find the party inventory, but... Oh, never mind. I found it. Never mind.
Yep. So when you guys loot something, do you see that little box up ahead that says drop treasure pool here? Or the parcel items one? I will put things in that box, and as you're telling me who wants it, I just put your name beside it, then send it directly to your sheet. That's also how you guys can trade things. So if you're like, I don't need my sword right now, you drag it to the parcel items, and then Valentin can be like, I need a sword right now, and that means he just takes it out of there and puts it onto his inventory, and it's as if you hand it to him. I can also track how much that you've earned in the parcel coins, and I have a button to evenly distribute it, where it will divide it between all the party members, and anything left over will remain in that parcel coin slot as a little extra party fund until the point when I divide it again, and it eventually gets divided out to be an even number between everybody.
Okay. So that's shared amongst all of us, the parcel item?
Yep. Anything that's in
okay.
parcel items is open for anybody to pick up. Same in parcel coins, I can do it. In addition to, if you ever are like, man, we have a bunch of junk stuff, we just want to sell it, and it's just been, like, in the parcel items, like, you just drag it out of your inventory into parcel items, and then I have a button that will convert everything in that thing for 50% of its total gold value in the book. Meaning that you'll automatically get paid out without needing to haggle or argue, and if you haggle for a higher amount, I can just change the percentage. So it's a really, really neat little function like that to just give everybody, boom, 100 gold. As a note, in total, for the ingredients, for the herbalism kit, and the recipe, you're looking at a cost of 7 gold and 3 silver pieces. Lilac.
Okay.
So, to buy that, you just have to take it out of your inventory, and in a moment, I'm going to have an herbalism kit appear in that parcel items. So you'll see it in a moment. Boop. Should see it there now, right? And now you could drag and drop it onto your sheet, or I can just do this. Boom.
Woo!
Oh.
And it is
Look
in
at
your inventory.
that.
So make sure
how
to
much
subtract 7 gold and 3 silver off of your sheet. It is 10 silver to 1 gold.
How much silver was it? 3 silver?
It was 3 silver, yes. Did you just want to get rid of your last silver?
Yeah. So Valentin, I'm going to, as you're heading off, I'm just going to pay you 3 silver to do whatever you need to do, because I trust you to do whatever you need to do.
Also,
So I'll pay you 3 silver.
As a final note too, Lilac, because you're new to D&D, I'm going to let you know, an herbalism kit can be used to also make antitoxins, potions of healing, and other sort of things. Anything that you could create using general plants. Inside this is clippers, mortar, pestle, pouches, and vials. It's this way you can create remedies and potions.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me write this down.
You'll actually see it in your inventory. You'll actually see it in your inventory. If you look on your inventory, you should now see that there is an item called the herbalism kit. If you click the little dragon head beside it, it'll open up the description of what it is and what it can do.
Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay.
The best
cool.
kit in the game. And only
So,
druids
Lilac,
get it
I think that
based.
you've made a mistake with your total gold count, because I'm seeing that you have 440 gold pieces right now.
You took all of it.
How do I have all of it? I don't.
Let me change your gold to what it should be right now after you would paid everything. Okay.
Okay. And I was wondering how I could distribute it, like from what I have to give it.
So I got the rest of the gold though. I got my share of the gold. I don't know how you got all of the rest of it.
No, I think they got okay.
I really don't know.
If you're hovering over the number when you're changing your gold amount, it overwrites whatever number was there prior.
Oh no. Okay,
So-
let me get off of that.
Yeah, so don't hover over your items like the quantity of them, guys, because if you push any number pads while hovering over the quantity, it will replace them with whatever number you just pushed. I once saw a dude who accidentally gave himself 990 billion arrows, and it caused the whole game to crash.
Oh no!
As he didn't
Okay,
realize
let
he
me
was
not
hitting
do
the
that.
9 key. All right, so is anyone else doing any shopping? Is there anything else you wanted to buy or talk to from the captain?
Well, so there's two things that I would like to buy. As we've been going over our expenses, I would like to buy a dagger, and I would like to buy a healer's kit. Because as I look over this party, I realize I don't think anyone here knows how to bring someone back up to life.
Excellent.
Except for maybe the druid.
Yeah, we don't have eBay.
Have you already purchased these things before, Valentin? I remember that you sent me a little list of things you wanted to buy before the session started.
Yes, I did!
Okay, perfect. Then I don't need to go over any of the RP for it. Carry on.
Unless someone wants to come with me, but I don't think anyone wants to come with me to buy a healer's kit and a dagger. That seems kind of boring. I don't think there's anything else I super need. I'll look over to the other party members that hasn't spoken up yet. So do you need something else to buy?
Sorry, you were speaking to me?
Well, I was speaking to any of you.
Yes, I should probably get some things. Not too good in the sun.
Right, but I was
What?
I
Go
was
ahead.
thinking that our dear druid friend here could deal with it, but otherwise we can go together to buy some sunscreen, I suppose.
It sounds like a perfect thing to do to me. Let's go get some sunscreen then.
I slapped Lloyd over the face. Hey, human!
Lloyd, you just
Yeah?
slapped.
I give you like a death stare, and you really feel it.
You know what? You look a little bit pale. Do you want to buy something to protect your fair skin?
I'll be fine. I grew up here.
Yeah, actually, Lloyd, what color is your skin? Is it more tanned, or is it still pale?
It's tanned.
Yeah, he's a native to Thascalus. He looks like he's from here.
Valentin still says you look a bit pale. As he's way more pale than you are.
Yes. But
Are you sure you don't need to buy anything?
I need to stock up on rations, but that's about it.
Rations go
well.
for a one silver for 1 day here.
Oh. And it's a good thing we got that gold early, because out of character, I started with 1 silver piece and no rations.
Oh,
How
Yeah, he's
the fuck
poor.
did you manage that? You know what? Never mind.
Wizards have no starting gold, and my background gave me
Yo.
1 silver.
He was
Oh my
haunted one.
god.
God.
Oh my god. I started with 20 gold in my background.
And I just realized that for some reason my background equipment didn't get added straight away, so I'm just slowly adding that now.
Yeah, I know that pain.
So yeah, you
okay,
you
well,
can just go ahead and buy some rations if you'd like.
I
To.
would
So,
like to purchase some other things too.
What are you
I'd like to
looking
buy
for?
some dice and cards, maybe something to entertain myself.
A gambling set.
oh, oh
Yeah.
right. Well, there's a playing cards kit, but yes. Also, I would, like to purchase some of those things as well as a thieves tool kit. I think.
Yeah.
And let me just double check what my proficiencies are.
Sure. You're a fighter. It'd be weird if you had thieves tools unless you had a background that gave it.
From my background, playing
yeah.
cards and thieves tools is what I've got.
What quality of gaming set do you want to buy, Zandra? Sorry, a really fancy kind of set, a mid tier or a low tier. It doesn't
Does
matter
that
apart
include
from
dice?
aesthetics.
Oh,
Yeah,
I need a dice.
Yeah, there's two different sets. There's cards and there's dice.
I'll take the dice, and I suppose it depends on how much it costs.
The costs are as followed: 1 gold, 10 gold, 25 gold.
Oh boy, I'll do with just the 1 gold one, thank you very much.
All right, these are.
I don't need no fancy fucking dice.
These are carved out of pretty soft bone. These dice, they won't last as long as one of the other sets, but it's still, and it's kind of ugly, but you know they're dice. You just roll them and throw them.
Yeah, it'll do.
Okay. So the way that you guys can look for items is under the campaign. You should see a tab that says items. Just type up what you're looking for. You are looking for a gaming set. Zandara?
This makes it so much easier.
What, cool. Just looking under items? Yeah, and you can drag and drop it onto your sheet that way, too. So you're not looking for a gaming set. What you're looking for is a dice set, Zandara. It's called something a little different.
Do I just type that in down below?
In items, yeah, you should see a little search bar, right? The items tab, not on your character sheet, but on the far right.
Yeah, in the campaign and items, right?
Yep. And then there's a bar down below to search. You just type in the word dice, and it should come up.
And then I hit all?
Enter.
Dice set. Perfect.
Yep, and then just they're all the exact same. Just drag and drop one onto your sheet under the inventory tab, and it'll get added automatically. And then reduce your gold automatically as well.
It didn't reduce my gold at all.
No, yeah, sorry, you've got to be the one to reduce it, Barp. I'm trying to say that they don't have an automatic way of doing that yet.
Perfect.
It would be great to see, and I should talk to the people I know at Fantasy Grounds, it'd be great to see a shop sort of function, you know?
That'd be awesome.
Who knows? One day.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone else purchasing anything?
Yes.
Oh, the sunscreens, correct?
Yes, but also, so I bought the thieves tool. Well, I dragged and dropped it. Hang on.
You have to make sure to be on the inventory tab when you are dragging and dropping it onto your sheet.
There we go. It worked now. Okay, so I got that, and then I would like to purchase. What the fuck else did I say? Oh,
sunscreen.
Right. Yes, but I also said playing card set because I didn't have a background. But
you can get that too. Same deal. Mid-tier quality is 10 gold, low is 1, high is 25.
I'll get the 1 gold set. Okay, is there a specific cost for a marked card set?
A marked card set is going to be the same cost as Thieves' Tools, as you're buying a rigged gaming set.
Okay,
it's
so
not an actual item, so you'll have to add it to your list.
Yeah, that would
automatically.
That would be a 25. That's yep, got it.
Okay.
I'm gonna buy that then. So I'm down to.
Unless you wanted to buy, you could just buy a set of shit cards and mark them yourself too.
Nah, I'll buy the proper. Yeah.
You guys are all shopping at reputable areas. Xandra, you went to a nice craftsman shop for your dice. Meanwhile, Valentin's talking to a shady guy in an alleyway.
I was also gonna ask if I could buy a hood, something to cover my head.
Yeah, sure. Generally, they do sell hoods. They also sell turbans, headscarves, wide-brimmed hats in the style of the other continent for when things are hot, Helmelin style, because they get imports here. So it's up to you, whatever kind of flavor you wanted to add to keep the sun beating down on you.
I think I try and find a hood that matched my robes.
Hood totally
Something
works
dark
fine.
blue, paper. I could not find hoods in the shop, so I'm just gonna. I guess it'll be flavor text or.
It's actually sorry. You actually have a set of common clothing, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually comes with a hood.
Oh, perfect. Then I don't need to buy it. I'm good. I'm all set.
When as we're finishing up our purchasing, I go up to Clang, and I go. So, is there anything that you need? Because I know you're having some difficulties, talking to people about specific things. I can help you if you need to.
Sorry, before you do that too, for anyone wanting to buy sunscreen, it is 2 gold for a pot that will have 100 applications.
Ooh!
Wow.
How much is an application? 1 day?
Yep.
Wait, sorry, this is for the sunscreen?
Yep, 2 gold for a pot that has 100 applications.
we'll
Unless
just
you wanted to
fucking-
wait for Oracle to make it themselves.
You want to just share on that?
Yeah, I can
I'll
also
give you a
make it.
code if you want to share.
We'll just Winnie Pooh this, like from a pot. We just grab it and we just go smearing it on our face.
Sure. In that case, okay. To know that you're making an oracle is totally fine. Let's see how much you can make in some downtime. So what I want you to do is I want you to, on your character sheet, I don't actually know because I don't get to play characters ever, so I don't actually know how to add a tool proficiency. Let me just try to figure that out real quick. Maybe if
Oh,
I...
from characters?
Yeah, for a character, how to add a tool proficiency. Maybe if I try equipping your herbalism kit, it'll appear. It didn't. Okay, so I'm just going to do this kind of manually for now, and later on, if you wanted, you can Google a tutorial how to add a custom tool proficiency to Fantasy Grounds, okay, Lilac? For now, I want you to just roll me... describe to me how you're making this. How are you following the recipe? Are you following it religiously, reading it and like really closely? Are you kind of eyeballing it and instinctually doing it? Describe to me how you want to make this. Lilac? We might have... oh, there we go.
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
To make the sunscreen?
Yeah, describe in what manner are you going about doing this?
Maybe we should do it in a cooler area so we can make sure like all the ingredients combine in a manner where it's applicable. So that we'll also be able to apply and put it into the container so that we can also maybe save it for later.
Excellent. That's
yeah.
That's as perfect as I needed to get you to roll a wisdom over an intelligence.
Wisdom?
Yep, you're going to roll me your
Okay.
wisdom, and I'm going to add your proficiency bonus to it as well. So in the chat bar, do you see where it says that +2 underneath the chat bar?
Yes.
You're going to click that, and then you're going to roll your wisdom, and that should roll with as if you were rolling your herbalism kit. It didn't get automatically applied, so you'll have to look it up later to figure out how to do it yourself. But doing
Would
it
I
like
dra-
that
could-
is manually doing what we...
Could I drag the wisdom to the
Yeah, to the chat. Yeah, drag
Okay.
the wisdom to the chat and roll it. But make sure to hit that +2 button first.
I sure did.
You sure as heck did. With a 17, you make a full pot of 100 applications and still have
my.
tons of ingredients left over.
Oh wow. Okay, cool. So I've more than enough for everyone.
Yep, go ahead and add 1 pot of
okay.
sunscreen to your inventory. You have 100
Okay.
applications of it. So in your inventory, what you're going to do is you're going to... Do you see at the top that bright green button that says add item? You're going to click that.
Yes.
You're going to type in 1 sunscreen. And then you're going to put in brackets beside it 100. To say how many use it
Okay.
is. And then you just lower that number anytime it goes down. The weight of this, however, is a whopping 10 pounds of sunscreen.
Oh wow. In the little window, where it has like a circle, do I put the 100 in there, or do I just keep it where I just typed in 100?
Yep, that's perfect. It's the
Okay.
little circle that has a window that's the weight on the other side. The one underneath the WT, that's where you're going to put in a 10. Because
Okay.
I'm also including the fact that it has to be stored in a pretty heavy pot to keep it fresh,
Yeah.
you know? So, there you go.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
No worries. All right. Valentin, go ahead and offer Clang Clang to help them with shopping now, like you were going to.
Right, so, Clang Clang, did you, is there anything that you need help with buying? Do you need, like, I don't know, a dagger, or a short sword, or what do you need? Because I know you're having trouble with, like, expressing yourself, so if you need help, just let me know.
So, with Clang Clang's background, they actually could communicate pretty well and probably could buy everything they need on their own. But considering he offered, she kind of like thinks to herself, "Oh, this might be good." So she kind of looks at him and pulls out the short bow that she has strapped to her back and points to it, meaning that she needs arrows. And she kind of makes the sound of like an arrow would make, like shooting off.
Right, so arrows, how many do you need? Like 20? 30?
One quiver is about 20 arrows, as a note. And it costs 1 gold for 1 quiver.
Okay. Clang Clang kind of just looks at him and points to the 20 arrows in the quiver. Like,
Right.
like, give me. She kind of like does these little grabby hands and just kind of looks at him, like pretending like she doesn't know how to communicate or buy anything.
As a note,
So-
Mora, in my games, I allow for characters to carry 2 quivers in easily accessible reach at any time. Any additional ones, they have to, store in their bag, because it would just get unwieldy to carry more than 2 quivers at once.
Why can't I carry 4? Just have my whole back covered.
Technically, you could carry 3, but you would not be able to carry a backpack
Because it'd be, yeah. So
because
I allow
your
for,
back and one of
yeah.
them. Anyway,
So
Gotcha.
I'll buy 1 quiver of 20 arrows for Clang Clang of
Yes.
arrows, using my own gold.
Okay,
Sweet.
So-
so go ahead and just
Grabs
add
the-
20 arrows to your ammunition tracker.
Awesome. Let me grab that.
You should see
Wait,
in your...
there's an ammunition tracker? Is that different than the equipment?
Yeah, actually, if you go into your actions... Oops, I think I just copied your character by accident, so it's going to take a second. This is the bit where I said a player accidentally added like 900,000 arrows to him and crashed the game. So give me a moment. I accidentally copied your character sheet, and I'm just going to get out of here. So in your actions tab,
Oh, I see it.
do you see the ammo for your short bow?
Yeah.
If you go ahead and put 40 in there, because you got 40 arrows right now. Because you would have started with 20 as well.
Oh, I didn't realize it started with some. Oh.
Yeah, you should have started with 20.
Oh, it says I have 0.
Yeah, hover over it, and now push in. You have to input this manually, so put in 40. And now,
Fine.
anytime that you roll an attack, one of those boxes will get ticked off saying that you've used that arrow.
Oh, wonderful. That's
Yep.
good to know.
So you'll be able to see how many arrows are left in your quivers and when it's time to restock and pick up arrows again. Oh, if you're curious too, I allow a 50% conversion rate of any arrows fired in combat rounded down. Recovered, okay? So you can just manually, after every fight, go, I want these arrows back. Because I shot 20, that means I get 10, you know?
Okay. Good to know.
All right. Anybody else? Okay. With that, the day's beginning to grow long, and it's time for you to head back to your inn. And give me a moment. I just need to change the music and put you guys on a thing. Whew. So hot. I'm sweating bullets here. IRL.
You're such a in character.
Yeah. It's not hard to roleplay being in a very hot nation right now. Alright.
But it's only 16 degrees here.
Oh yeah, it's really cold down in Australia, I keep hearing.
It's not that cold. We're coming out of winter. But at night
Yeah.
it goes below 0, so...
I want to familiarize you guys with the map and how map movement and such works, so give me a moment. I'm just setting up a thing. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. I'm just waiting for it to load in me adding pewter to stuff right now. There we are. Beep, 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 beep. This would be the time for you guys to grab any water or anything. As a note, anytime you hear me say, oh, give me a second, is a great time to grab water, go to the bathroom, anything like that. But that time has now passed as...
Will do.
I hope I had a really small bladder.
Everyone should see that they're on a map now.
Oh,
The
it
map
is very
hasn't
oh,
loaded
there we
yet,
go.
Give it a sec.
but I can see us.
It
Give
is
a
an
second, it should load
infinite
around you.
black grid.
Oh yeah, if it's extremely black, it's because you guys don't have dark vision, and it's dark out at night. And for some reason, none of the lanterns on this street are lit apart from 2. Meaning that it's very difficult to see right now unless you have dark vision. Meaning, you guys might want to consider lighting some of the torches or lanterns in your inventories.
Oh, there we go. It loaded.
Oh, there we go.
Is everyone here? I'm going to do a quick sound check. Clang, clang.
Here.
Valentin.
In about 10 seconds.
Lilac Faye.
Here?
Xandra.
Yo, yo.
My boy Lloyd.
Yeah.
Excellent. The streets of Thascalis are now dark. The day has grown extremely cooler, and you're no longer sweating up a storm. Although it's still quite hot. At least the sun isn't beating down on you anymore. Your shopping took the rest of the day, and despite your actions at the Cheerful Beggar, the bartender has let you know that you still have rooms prepared for you upstairs that the hooligans didn't touch. The end of this alleyway is where the Cheerful Beggar is. Everyone roll me initiative. Just this way we can get used to practice moving on a map.
Nope.
Remember, you can also light up. Let me know if you were if your character would want to light up a torch or a lantern, and I will tell you how to do so.
I would like to light a torch.
You would like to light a torch. Excellent.
Yes.
So, Lilac, that's Lilac saying that, right?
Yes.
A torch won't actually help you, by the way, because as an elf
It
you have
won't?
dark vision, meaning that you can actually already see further than anyone who lights a torch can.
Oh, wait. I just noticed that. Okay. Never
How
mind.
do you roll
please.
initiative on here?
Main page. I want everyone to go to their main page. You should see it in the exact center of the main page of their character sheet.
Aha.
INIT.
Initiative.
Yep, you're going to double click or roll that, and you should see on the combat tracker that your initiatives are already being input.
Yep, I see it. Perfect.
Oh, look at that.
Yep, I just have to roll for pewter. Just give me a moment. Ding, ding,
This
dong.
is kind of a technical question, but is there any way to get any pop-ups that, like, let's say we want a character sheet on a separate monitor? Is there a way to get it onto another monitor?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
However, you could always export your character sheet to an XML file and then make it into a PDF and have it open on the side for yourself. Or make your character sheet on a separate PDF and just have a copy of it there on a separate monitor. But there's no way to interact with the program outside the program, sadly. That was
I'm
actually
so
one of
terrible
the
with
very
type that
few...
I could never do that.
Yeah, it's one of the very few features I really liked about Roll20 is that you could have it outside, you know? In any event, Valentin, you're up first. The alleyway is barren. There is nobody in it right now. Doors are shut, and there's only 2 lanterns out of the line of streetlights that are normally lit.
Oh, has there, like, been a sudden disappearance of people around us? Or has it been, like, gradual, like it makes sense that people have disappeared around us?
You can roll me a survival, an insight, or an investigation. This will be a bonus action to do.
Investigation sounds fine. 13?
It was gradual, but something about the lanterns not being lit? Well, 2 of them still are, strikes you as odd. Most cities employ a lamplighters guild. To go through as it begins getting dark, they go through the city, they light various lanterns throughout the city, and it is actually illegal for anyone to light or snuff out city lanterns because the guild gets really pissed. Their union's like, that's our job, how dare you? You know? Meaning that if there's only 2 lanterns lit, someone illegally lit those lanterns or snuffed out everything but those 2 lanterns. The Lamplighters Guild wouldn't have only just lit 2 on the street and then been like, whatever, unless you had a very lazy employee.
So, I'm going to start unhooking the whip that I have at my belt. And, you know, it's kind of like one of those movements where you feel at edge about something, but you're not super worried yet. But then I'm gonna still keep on moving. You know, my normal 30 feet ahead.
Carry on.
I mean, I can't move 30 feet ahead. I'm on like a world map.
You should have the proper map. Your character token's on the right map, so by double-clicking your character token on your sheet, it should take you to the map that you're on.
I did it? Question mark? Hang on. What map are we on?
It should be something Plaza Alley. Under images. So if you guys ever lose the map, you can go to the campaign images tab, and you should see the Plaza Night Alleyway No Grid. That's the map you're currently on. So you can open it up that way.
The Plaza Night Alley No Grid. Okay, there we are. There I am. Okay, so I'm gonna move. Hang on, can I tell how far I'm moving? 5. Oh, never mind. 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm actually just gonna move 20 feet ahead around this corner.
The light shines ahead of you, but you're just standing in its shade still before walking into the lamplight ahead.
And I'm just gonna turn around and look to the rest of my party, and I'm just gonna say, something doesn't feel right. And I'm just gonna unhook my whip.
Okay.
I look back to Valentin. Maybe I could do a detect magic, perhaps, to see if I can sense anything in the area.
For sure. For sure. As a note, detect magic is generally for ongoing spells or items, and it will get blocked by a certain amount of stone, as well. It's only in a 30-foot radius about you, so that's only everywhere, 6 squares out in every direction. So it's not actually great for sensing people. It's great for, hey, we found a pile of items, and we don't know if any of them are magic or not. So I'm going to cast detect magic and then figure out what school it is to see if it could be a danger or a help to us.
And also, it's kind of like a, because it's a level 1 spell, I think, and it lasts for a while, but if you just use it willy-nilly, it's like, you kind of waste it, so...
Okay, gotcha.
Valentin, whenever you're finished with your turn, because I can hear other people asking to start their turns now, make sure the combat tracker...
Sorry. It's in... Where the fuck is it? Combat tracker, and then...
Bottom left, you should see a little picture of it. There you go. So, Lilac, it is now your turn. What would you like to do?
Sheesh. Maybe I could... I'm not gonna use detect magic. Maybe I could help Valentin search the area?
Yeah, if you wanted, you could roll a perception to kind of look around. See if you note anything hiding or if you hear anything out of the ordinary.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that.
Jesus, that's a high perception. With your perception, you can hear as if someone was moving around on the roofs to your left. And you also spot what appears to be a coyote-like creature lurking in that alleyway there. You can definitely see it. It's trying to stay around the corner. It's marked with a J, and you should see its name is Jackal. So it's just kind of there, watching you, but not charging at you directly yet.
Okay.
And again, you hear someone moving around on the roofs near you.
Okay, can I warn Valentin of the jackal? And
You could, but you're more than 10 feet away from him, so you'd have to call that out to
Okay.
him out loud unless you had the message cantrip. You can always move right now, get beside him, and then whisper in his ear if you wanted.
Okay. How do I move my? Oh,
There
okay.
Oh,
you
you're
go.
doing it. You're doing it. You're moving up to the camp. The
So you
camp
walk
is,
underneath that awning, staying out of the light. You. Oh, where are you going?
into the
Here's
Okay,
a
I'm doing it
suggestion.
right.
Let me help you, Lilac. I'm gonna put you back where you were. So,
Oh, okay.
anytime you move each square, it's 5 feet. Okay.
Oh,
Your character
okay.
has a total of 30 feet of movement, total of 6 squares. When you click your character, you can move with the arrow keys, and then essentially you get 6 arrow key pushes. Diagonals are also 5 feet, so diagonals count as 1 square moved. Okay?
Oh, they do? Okay.
Yep, so you can move up to 6 squares and just select your token and then use your arrow keys on your keyboard to move around. That way you know that you're not going too far.
Okay. Oh, my arrow keys are not working.
I heard the button press.
Yeah,
You
same.
went nowhere.
In that case, you can just... Can you use WASD? No. You can drag and drop. Just remember, every square that you pass over is 5 feet of movement.
Okay. Can I go right here?
Very
5,
easily,
10,
yes.
5, 10, 15. You've
Yep.
moved 15 feet.
So you could move
Okay.
another 15 after speaking with him, too. You can break up your movement between actions and things you do.
Technically,
Okay.
you've only moved 10 feet, I think, because you can move across diagonals.
Yep, so go ahead and whisper at him whatever you want to say.
Okay, I'm gonna whisper to Valentin. There is a jackal nearby. Be very careful.
Valentin doesn't even look over. He just
Oh, no.
kind of nods in acknowledgement.
Okay. Okay, perfect.
Whenever you're done your turn, go to the combat tracker. You can keep doing things, by the way. You still have an action, as well as you have 15 more feet of movement. But if you're
I think
finished
I'm-
your turn...
Okay, I think I'm gonna stay here. Combat tracker.
Yep.
Okay.
So in the bottom left, you should see a little dragon head with an arrow pointing down.
Yeah.
You're going to
There we
click...
go.
Yep, there you go. Thank you. And that means it is now clang clang. You should have heard a little ding for your turn.
Oh, I did. So Clang Clang feeling pretty uneasy and seeing Lilac whisper to Valentin. She's kind of going to go up to this like awning over here, like up against the wall, and actually, is it possible to use stealth, or are we assuming they already like know where we are?
That'd be up to you guys. You'll have to talk about that in character. Oh, thank you. I just heard a quack. Thank you, Twitch. Thank you for the follow, Grey Fox.
So Clang Clang's gonna come over here next to Lilac and kind of look at her and wanting pretty much like a affirmation of like what she told him to know what's going on. But she's gonna stay like pretty much very like close to the wall and try to make herself like almost as small and out of sight as possible.
Sure.
Okay. I noticed Clang Clang's sudden approach. I kind of take in the signs and I kind of nod, give her the okay. She can proceed with what she wanted to.
You also might want to tell her about the jackal you saw.
And also notifying her same way I notify Valentin. There's a jackal nearby. Be careful.
Clang Clang nods and puts one hand on the hilt of the rapier that she has on her belt on her side, and kind of just tries to again just stay up to the wall and try to just stay hidden.
Okay.
How do I change my turn again? How do I stop?
Combat
Go to
tracker,
combat tracker.
bottom left. Should look like a little dragon head pointing down.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Sandra, you should have heard the ding.
Zandra will notice, obviously, everyone else is being very on edge. And so now that she's like at the back of the group where nobody else is looking, she will attempt to kind of take a step back and slink into the shadows where people aren't looking anymore. So could I take a step back and then roll a stealth check?
Yeah.
Okay. So if I wanted to move like here,
Thank you for the follow-up, Ochi.
that's 10 movement, or since it's around a corner, that's like 5 and then 5,
10. Yep, no, that's
10,
10.
15? Okay.
Nope, that's 10.
And then she'll roll a stealth.
Sure.
You literally disappeared for me just out of dark
Oh, yeah.
Lloyd, Lloyd,
And just blinked out of existence.
Lloyd has not been told any of this yet, meaning that from his perspective, Xandra just like, he was looking like, why are they whispering over there? Then he looks back and he's like, Xandra, what do you think? And just boom, gone.
Oh,
The life of a human.
Zandra with her dark vision is just perfect.
We're all like preparing for battle, and he's just like, oh, nothing's, what's going on?
And then now that she's stealth, she will try to silently and carefully use the rest of their movement to slink around the edge of this building.
Yeah, I don't have further map for it, but I do have a spot where it'll come out. So just next turn, you're going to spend your turn off the map, and then the turn after, you'll be back on it, okay?
Perfect.
Cool.
And then I think that's all I'm going to do. Actually, can I still make a perception check to try and determine where potential enemies could be?
For sure. I'll also assume that next turn that this is your perception for that turn, unless you choose to re-roll it. Okay?
Okay. I'll take it.
Oh, yeah, I forgot your...
Wait, that's persuasion. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I was like,
No perception.
how the hell do you have a
no.
-3 to your perception? You're a monk. I'm certain we didn't tank your...
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. So 15. Good to know. I will... yeah.
Perfect.
Next turn, you'll be off the map, and then I will put you back onto it eventually. Pewter moves up beside you, Valentin, and whispers, "What's going on?"
It doesn't feel right. It seems too quiet. There's not enough light for a city this big. And I kind of nod my head over to the side where the jackal was pointed out for me. And also there seems to be a creature over there. I can't see it yet.
Pewter drops down to one knee, clasps their holy symbol, and begins praying. You can hear mutterings of, "May the sand lead us and guide us safely in these trying times," as they just begin a very fast chanted constant prayer. Lloyd. The cleric's playing, Xandra... the cleric is praying, Xandra's gone, and everybody's whispering.
Is there any, nearby lanterns that I can make out that aren't lit?
Yeah, tons. Basically, there is one in front of every building. So if you're near a building, it does have a lantern on it. You just got to tell me that you want to... Oh, you're in a prestidigitate light something, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
Sure. Just tell me which building you want it lit on.
Probably want to do it on the one behind us.
Behind and to the left?
Yeah.
Okay, so... light.
Oh.
I'm then gonna do a perception check to see if I can see anyone behind us.
Sure.
Hey, skills. Oh, dragging the wrong thing. There we go.
Oh no!
The flare up
Life
of
of
the
a human.
the flare up of the light, messes with the dark vision that you were accumulating from being in the darkness, and you're just kind of blinking and dazzled for a second. You don't see anything out of the ordinary.
God damn it. I guess I sort of just like grip my like quarterstaff and just sort of stand on guard.
You grip your wood a little bit tighter.
Yep.
Nice.
Enough of me.
Go ahead and end your turn whenever you're ready. Thank you. And that brings us back to Mr. Valentin.
Fuck! No, I wanted someone else to trigger this. Okay, you know what?
I wanted the wizard to walk forward and die.
I have a question. On the map, I can see one of the enemies, but
Yeah.
I don't know if Valentin can see it.
Yeah, if it was pointed out to you, you can see it.
Then I'm going to slowly move diagonally like this.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to move one more diagonally like this. And still hand on my hip on my whip. And then
on my
quickly...
hip, I've got a whip. Sorry, carry on.
I quickly switch hands. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I quickly swap hands to my rapier. I'm going to rush towards this jackal. I'm going to try to stab it.
Hi everyone
This is
from
how
the
you do it?
viewers, by the way. Welcome to the stream tonight while he's figuring it out. I'll tell you in a moment. Yeah, we are playing... I just want to answer some questions in the chat real quick. Yes, we are actually playing D&D 5e. Thank you guys so much for coming out. I hope you guys are enjoying it so far. Well, this game is full and it is a production. I do have a bunch of other games in Fantasy Grounds that, you know, if you ever want to run, feel free to shoot me a DM if you want to join into them. This game does have a sister game as well that is going to be on bi-weekly Fridays and takes place in the neighboring nation. Okay, so if you want to whip that thing as you walk up to it, you're going to
No, it's... I brought out my rapier.
Okay, if you want to stab that thing, you are going to hover over its token, you're going to hit Control left click, and then you're going to start rolling your attacks and such. As combat breaks out, because the minute he moves towards the jackal and draws his rapier, the other enemies come out of hiding. Make sure to target it. So you didn't target, but that's okay, because even if you miss targeting, and Valentin's being really, really nice showing you guys all how it works, because he definitely remembers how it works, you're going to drag that 19 you rolled and drop it onto the jackal token.
Well, so the thing is, my token shows me that I'm targeting it, but apparently not. So like this. Oh, there we go.
Yep,
Hit.
and now it should declare to everybody it was a hit.
And here's my damage. Oh, wow.
Nice! How do you murder this jackal that was minding its own business for sure?
Good job.
Well, so, Valentin, like, as he's holding his left hand on his whip, he then quickly spins around and unsheathes his rapier as he dashes forward, lunges forward, and just skewers the jackal through its head. And then he quickly pulls his rapier back. He kind of like swings his blade to the side to swing the blood off his side, and then he keeps his rapier in his same guard position that it was in before.
The jackal lies dead. Very much so, obliterated by Valentin's attack, as first blood in this campaign goes to Valentin. Congratulations!
Woo!
You begin hearing people calling out, "Boss, they're on to us! Where the hell's the rich kid?"
I'm the rich kid. Wait, no. Someone else is a rich kid.
And one guy is going to take a prepared action now.
Uh-oh.
Pewter is also taking their prepared action, as, yeah, they can see those guys, can't they? Yes, they can. Because Pewter, as a Cleric of Twilight, has dark vision up to 300 feet.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, wow.
So Pewter is going to target as she finishes her chant with, "And deliver us from evil." she targets one of the strangers on a nearby building and casts Sacred Flame. Give me a moment just to do that, guys.
Not me, right? You didn't betray me, right?
It's just going to take me a little bit to do anything with, you know.
I do a little shimmy as I wait for the turn.
Yep, do your shimmy. Why is that not correct? Hold on.
Ooh, there we go. Something rolled.
That isn't correct, but...
It's a success, it says.
Yeah, hold on. One second. Damn it, that was the wrong button.
You think you can take down me? The Dolk of... Sorry, the Valentin of the Dolk family? I think not. Look, I can only stall for so much time, okay? You better start attacking
should be
me.
corrected now. There we go.
Pew pew, pew pew.
And he fails to dodge out of the way and is seared as a bunch of sand comes flying out of nowhere in the darkness, begins shredding into the man's flesh. Then, one of the bandits is going to take his turn. Let's see. This guy. As he levels a heavy crossbow at Pewter, fires it.
Ooh, whew.
With a nat 20, she is crit.
Oh no!
Ooh.
An arrow sinks into the earth-gunner-sized head as
Oh
the
my
healer
God.
drops immediately.
No.
That's very bad luck, but very handy for me because now I don't have to worry about her anymore. Although you don't have a healer anymore, so good luck, guys.
Well,
Oh, wait, no, Lilac can heal her. But either way, Valentin, you're up. Still.
Wait, what?
You're still up. You haven't ended your turn, yeah. You've attacked, you've moved a bit. Do you have any more movement, bonus action, anything?
No, I used everything that I had.
Okay, end your turn.
I did earlier.
You have to click on the combat tracker.
I did earlier. Well, okay, well, whatever. I'll do it again, I suppose.
Lilac!
Because now it's nice. Yeah, okay. You know what? That's fine.
Sheesh. I don't. I have a lot to go on. So I feel like so should I heal? I feel like I should heal Pewter or entangle the bandit that's literally right behind us.
Pewter is dying.
Yeah, I feel like I need to heal Pewter's. So let me go ahead and do that. Where's my?
So what you're gonna do is, do you have Cure Wounds? That'll probably be your most potent healing.
Let me double check. Cure Wounds.
Yep.
Just as a clarification, was my movement and everything like a surprise action or something?
No, they all knew you were there.
Okay, yeah. So I should have skipped, is what you're saying.
No, you did
I have
everything perfectly fine. You moved up, you attacked, and then ended your turn, triggering the combat and prepared actions.
Yeah, but then okay. But then it was my turn because I was at the top of the initiative. So technically, it would have been back to my turn again. I would have moved again.
What? No, the surprise rounds don't exist in D&D.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you did everything proper the way you did it.
okay.
Carry on,
I
Lilac.
have Cure Wounds. Let me see.
So what you're gonna want to do is you're gonna want to control left-click Pewter, and you're gonna want to roll to heal. Do you need me to tell you how to do so?
At the roll for heal.
Yep. So in the Actions tab, you're gonna scroll to where it says Cure Wounds. You should see a little magnifying glass, right?
Yes.
You're gonna control left-click Pewter, so you're targeting her. You should see a little line coming from your token to her. Excellent.
Yes.
And now you're just gonna click the button that says Heal.
Heal. Where is that button? I don't
There
see
should
it.
be a magnifying glass beside Cure Wounds. Once you click
Oh,
that.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Nice, and you heal her back up to full. as she
Yay.
takes an arrow to the head. Describe how you heal her. What does this look like?
I form a glowy, like, green aura around my hands. It's kind of wispy, and it forms around the area of the injury, and it starts to glow, healing upon the area of the damage.
Does like moss cover over the wound?
I would say it's more like a wisp type of thing. So you'll see it will look like grass for like moss forming, but it's really not. It's just a visual thing, and yeah.
Okay, cool.
And
But either way, she's back to full health.
Yep.
and I'll just go ahead and end my turn.
Excellent. Lilac, at you, from one of the rooftops behind you, a light crossbow is fired, and the bolt.
Oh no.
You hear a lot of cursing coming behind you as, for a second, you heard some movement, and then you hear a click. You hear, oh fuck, it jammed! Fuck! Stupid piece of shit! You can hear someone swearing on a rooftop behind you as their crossbow seems to have failed them.
So now I know their location. So I feel like I should use entangle them. Can I entangle them at their location?
No, it's not your turn right now, but you might be able to.
Okay, we'll see how this goes then.
Another jackal comes sprinting around an alleyway from the south and is rushing towards you at top speed, snarling and drooling angrily.
Sheesh.
It's not your turn yet, so you can't do anything. But
Clang,
it's
clang.
Clang's turn.
All right.
I'm thinking in my head, like, what do I do?
So Clang Clang looks up at the rooftop where the guy was making cursing noises and can know his whereabouts. She quickly switches to her short bow. Actually, question: how far does is there a way for me to check how far I can actually shoot the bow? And
yes,
does it matter
actually.
if I'm on an incline or not?
So, it would, but in this case it won't. A short bow has ridiculously good range. So if you go to your actions and you look at your short bow, you click the dragon's head to the far right. You can see it says ammunition range 80 to 320.
Oh my
That means,
God.
yeah, anything within 80 feet is easy to hit, no disadvantage, nothing on it. Anything within 320 you can shoot at, but you roll twice and you take the lower of the two numbers. Anything beyond
quick
320 feet, you cannot hit. Yes, what's up, Martin?
Quick question. If they're on a rooftop, does it count as cover or something? Is it difficult to hit them because they have less area that you can hit them at?
No. Well, they'll have cover, so they'll get an additional to their AC. The main thing, though, is that they're going to be moving around and breaking your line of sight by going further back onto the roof. But you can always arch a shot at them still. So, if you can see their token, you can hit them still because you know their general area. It's just they get a little bonus to their AC for being on a rooftop when you're down below. You could always get up on a rooftop too, Clang Clang. There's nothing stopping you. There's tons of stairs around leading up.
If only I knew how to fly.
If only you knew how to fly.
You flap your wings really hard, okay?
That's not fair. All right. So from actually underneath the canopy, she's still gonna grab the short bow and she's actually gonna aim for the jackal instead.
Okay.
So you said control left click to
Target it? Yep, and then
there we
you're just going to see under your actions tab, your weapons.
Mhm.
It's going to show you your short bow, and there'll be a +5. You're going to double click that +5. You'll even see the arrow gets expended now, right?
Oh yeah. Oh.
And that's a hit. Go ahead and roll damage. You do not get your sneak attack, though. Actually, do you have sneak attack at level 1? You do, don't you? Rogues get that right away?
Yeah, I have sneak attack, but I'm not in stealth or anything.
You don't actually need to be in stealth in 5e to get sneak attack. You need to have an ally within 5 feet of the target. So as long as someone gets...
Neither of which is true, though.
Well,
Yep.
good to know. Okay.
You still don't have it,
Hold
but
on,
just to let you
roll.
know, if you shoot at targets that you have allies in melee with, you get your sneak attack damage.
That's really good to know. Okay, let me see here. Ow.
How do you finish this one off?
Oh, I killed it. Sweet. So, Clang Clang grabs an arrow and, pulls it back in the bow, and it just goes straight and just shoots it just right in between the eyes. Just thump.
The jackal, which was running at an extreme 80 feet around right now, was sprinting towards, snarling and making strange yipping noises, and then all of a sudden an arrow appears as if from magic outside of the middle of its forehead, and the creature just kind of stops moving its limbs. Its momentum carries it forward as it slams into the dusty ground of Thascalus and skids to a stop.
I have a super quick question. The enemy that was up on this rooftop disappeared.
Yep, he moved.
Okay, well, whatever. Either way, I'm gonna turn around to Clang Clang, and I'm just gonna say, great shot!
Am I still allowed to move since I didn't? I just
You
took
are.
a shot where
You
I
can,
was.
so in D&D, you can break up your movement with any number of actions between your movement. Your movement speed persists for the entire round until something changes that. Also, at level 2 as a rogue, you could even dash and move double your movement as a bonus action, so you'll get that next level.
Oh, sweet. Okay, so for now, since Clang Clang knows the bandit is up top on the opposite roof from where she's standing, she's gonna move forward and start heading up towards the stairs, but keeping her body like up against the wall. So hopefully they can't just like.
You've got 5 more feet of movement if you want it, by my count.
Oh yeah, I'll take that 5.
Perfect. So you move to there, you're already heading up the stairs, you can hear the guy above you swearing, as well as you can hear the slamming sounds of someone slapping a crossbow against stone. Sounds like this guy's taking some alternative repairs.
Awesome. Oh, where's the button? Where's the button? Oh, there it is. Oh.
Sandra, you're going to spend this round running your ass off, and you come out over here at this alleyway. There's a jackal that looks like it's getting ready to run. You had to use your action to move this far, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
So, yeah, that's where you are for next turn.
Well, if that's just my movement, I do have some darts. Could I throw a dart at it?
Do you have access to key at this level? Or do you not get key until level 2 as a monk?
I
double-check.
don't
Level
think
2.
I have key yet. Yeah, I don't have key yet, but I have darts. Could I throw that dart or no?
No, because you used your action to run here. You dashed, essentially.
Oh,
as an
I
action
dashed.
to
I
get
double
here.
moved. Okay.
Yeah, you
Makes
double moved.
sense.
Yeah, and I'm
Got it.
not seeing that there's key just
No,
yet.
I don't have key yet.
Yeah, if you did, there's an ability you can do to dash as a bonus instead of a full action.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. So you're over here now. Go on and just wrap up your turn.
Yep.
On Pewter's turn, she is going to stand up and turn to Lilac and says, "Thank you, Lilac Faye. May Brother Sand light your way." And then she turns and is going to fire another spell off at the guy up top. And it is going to be another Sacred Flame on him. The one that she can see right now. Because if it ain't broke, why fix it? He fails to dodge again. Is blasted for sadly only 1 radiant this time as sand again wraps around that one guy on the roof. Being that you were in stealth, the jackal in front of you, Zandra, hasn't noticed you. Did you want to yell at it to get its attention and then it would target you over the party? Or do you want to let it go for the party?
Sorry. Yes, I let it go.
Okay. It charges at Pewter and is going to try to bite her. Now, oh, I forgot to remove the prone condition. So that crit doesn't count. Give me a moment. I forgot to take off that she was prone, so it automatically rolled at advantage, and then it got another crit, which I'm just not going to allow to have happened. So it's just gonna roll a regular attack.
Yeah, I
And
was
look,
like,
it's
oh
another,
my God.
it's another crit.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Just kidding. It misses. Hey, thank you so much for the gifted sub, Mel. Is there any player that you would like to give an inspiration to? Bandit number 2 levels a light crossbow at Lloyd.
No, not Lloyd.
A 12 hits you, Lloyd.
It does. What do you want?
No.
Well, I doubt that this will knock you down, as a crossbow sinks into your chest for 5 damage.
He's nearly dead.
You're up, Lloyd. Clang Clang, you gain an inspiration, as chat wants to inspire you. They got a sub. So what you're going to do is on your main page, you should see at the very top, under name and INS... Oh, you've already hit it. Nice. You can spend that at any moment to get advantage on any roll that you do, or give disadvantage to any enemy that makes a roll. Do you know what that does?
I have no idea. I understand what you're saying.
If you spend that, at any point you can tell yourself or a party member before the roll to roll 2 dice and to take the higher number. Or, before an enemy makes a roll, you can say, no, you roll 2 dice and take the lower number.
Okay, awesome. And I can use it at any point during this.
Any point during any time. This lasts forever until you spend it. But you cannot collect multiples, so it's always best to spend it rather than save it for too long.
Oh, you got it. Sweet.
All
My
right,
little
Lloyd.
bird brain.
Spend it when you feel like you need to, is what I'm gonna say.
Yep. Lloyd.
Never know.
Okay, hang on a second. Okay, no, that one hit. So what one just shot at me?
The one on top of the roof to the bottom right.
Bottom right? I'm in a lot of pain right now, so I'm just gonna return a fire at them with a firebolt.
Okay, firebolt them.
So, you control click it to target? Oh.
Yep. You should see a line going from you to him once you have. That'll show you the distance.
Oh, yep, I see now. Cool. And then I roll. Where are we?
Okay, so
Cool.
first you gotta hit the
on.
magnifying glass beside it, which will open up the attack tab.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and then you're gonna see the attack, and you're gonna hit attack first, and then if you hit, you roll damage. And it calculates it all super easily for you. The eternal life of the wizard.
Oh,
Wizards never survived the first session.
Remember, you can always cast shield to give your AC a big bonus when I say
can.
that something's gonna hit you. I'd recommend keeping shield happy.
I'm gonna sort of... Knowing that one's there, I'm going to move to the side to sort of try get a bit of cover from them.
Sure.
And end my turn.
Go. Another
Oh,
jackal
dear.
comes sprinting down
Oh,
the
no.
alleys. And top of initiative is the guy with the heavy crossbow.
Oh no.
He loads it and is going to shoot at Pewter again.
No, not pure.
Pewter!
Shooter alone.
Pewter
Oh,
raises her shield and it deflects off of it, though.
Thank God. Oh,
I am immovable like a rock in the sand, she roars. Valentin.
Hey. Oh god, how do I do this? 5, 10, 15, 25. I'm gonna move up to here, and then I'm gonna use the last 5 feet of my movement to swap places with Pewter, as I use my one battle maneuver to bait and switch.
Cool.
So mechanically, I don't know how to actually add this, but I think this is a D6, yeah. So wait, what is a battle maneuver at this level? 1 second.
No worries. Blood on the Sand cast members. I put something into the chat.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Nearly right. It is a... Probably next good load quicker. Okay. D8. Okay, it's a D8 at my level. So, I'm gonna move up. I'm gonna swap places with Pewter. I'm gonna roll a D8, which I think is this one. 3. Oh no, that's a D12.
Right
that's a D12. Is this a D8?
That's a D20.
That's a D20.
Man, you should really have listened to my advice when I said don't do all white on white, huh? Jesus, it's almost like I know something. That was a lot of effort for it just to be a fucking 3, to be honest with you.
Oh my lord.
So, Pewter has a +3 to AC. As I rush up, I quickly spin around Pewter and sort of half protect her against the next strike. And I'm gonna try to strike at this jackal. Is this gonna work this time? Nope.
You're targeting yourself now, so you're gonna, and you're targeting now it and yourself, so you'll roll the attack against it and yourself. If you don't, you're still targeting yourself. You're double clicking on. Now you're only targeting yourself, not the jackal. You somehow managed to get. There you go. There you go. Nope. Now you're targeting yourself again. There you go. It's perfect. It's perfect. You did it. You somehow went through the entire spectrum of targeting everything that was a legal target, but what you wanted to.
I'll tell Pewter to get down. I'll cover you, and Pewter gets down. I roll over Pewter's back, and with that said, I'm going to repair this next one using this strike. Hit!
It does hit. Another one down. How do you kill it?
Well, as I roll down, it's just a quick stab underneath the neck, and then I quickly pull out, and I just pull back into my defensive stance. You thought I was useless, didn't you?
I never actually thought that once, Pewter says to you.
I was talking to the jackal, okay? Don't interrupt me. I'm having my inner monologue. I end my turn.
Yay, my turn.
Lilac,
Right.
as a note, if you roll anything, you are currently targeting Valentin and Pewter, meaning that there's a if you're planning on
Okay.
attacking something, you'll want to untarget them first.
Right. Okay. Let me fix that. Am I targeting the jackal yet?
There should be a line going from it to you, and you should see that you're targeting the jackal in the combat tracker. You can see actually what you're targeting there. I'm just going around the apartment real quick, guys, because it's really hot today, and I'm checking on my cat's water. So I'm not actually at my desk right now.
Kitty cat, yeah.
You are currently targeting Abandoned, Pewter, and Valentin.
So you're targeting all 3 of them.
Okay. How do I? Okay. I don't.
My poor cats. It's so hot here right now. They are just... I've never seen them do this. Normally, 8-Bit and Texel, they always cuddle up really close to each other. It's too hot for that, so they're just laying on the floor looking at each other from a distance. Because it's just too fucking hot. They're like, no, we can't do this right now.
There you go.
Okay. Did I fix it?
Yep, you got it.
Okay. Can I use Entangle on this jackal?
You can, but as a note,
in
from what you've seen, the jackals don't seem to have a lot of hit points and die pretty easy. Entangle's a big spell, and it encompasses a big area, making it more difficult to use, and
Okay.
ensnaring things so they can't move. any further. Meaning that I personally, you can do it if you want, because you never know, there could be more things coming down that alleyway that could be, that will get affected by the entangle. But it's kind of a waste of a big spell when you could just cast Shillelagh and bonk it on the head.
Okay,
You are very eager for entangle. Every turn I'm like, entangle?
No, because I forget it's a big spell, and I just realized you're right. So I
Remember
will
too,
wait
as
for
well.
that.
On your character sheet, when you cast Cure Wounds, you used up a spell slot, right?
Right.
So on your Actions
Okay.
tab, underneath your weapons, you should see 2 bubbles that show you how many spell slots you have, which is only 2. So you're going to want to check off that you already cast a first level spell. So just check one of the bubbles. Yep.
Okay,
So you've got
okay.
one more, either Cure Wounds, Entangle, Healing World, Detect Magic, or Charm Person. You could always use your
Okay.
short bow, which should have 20 arrows. I'll just give them to you now. Or your quarterstaff, cast Shillelagh, and bonk something in melee.
Okay, I'll do my short bow.
Okay, you pull out your bow.
See. Okay. And do I... Let me see. Do I drag it to the chat?
Yep, so if you're using your short bow, the
Okay.
+5, you're going to drag it to the chat and roll it, or you're going to double click it.
Okay. And +1. Okay, I don't know if it's working.
It is not. You should be in your Actions tab, right?
Mm-hmm.
You should see Weapons, short bow, correct? Where it says that dice +5.
Okay, I was on the wrong one. My
Yeah,
bad.
you were probably in inventory. You're going to double click where it says that. There you go. With a natural 1, your
no.
bowstring snaps. It'll take a round to restring it, meaning that you might want to focus on using your quarterstaff and bonking things now.
Okay. Am I still able to cast Shillelagh and bonk it?
You're able to cast Shillelagh, but not bonk it.
Okay.
Casting Shillelagh is a bonus action, and then it lasts for quite some time.
Okay. I will
So-
go ahead and just bonk it then. Where is my
Well, you
attack?
can't bonk it right now. You've already
I
used an
can't?
action to attack. No. So you've got a bonus action left, so you can cast Shillelagh and
Okay.
or cast Healing Word or anything else that states it's a bonus action.
Okay. And where is Shillelagh?
You don't actually need to do anything to cast it apart from say that you cast it. I already set up your sheet, so anytime you roll with your quarterstaff, it's as if Shillelagh was cast, because there is basically no situation you would ever want to attack without Shillelagh being on.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Okay, so I can intern.
Chat the man's blood!
What the guy shouts?
Yep. Yeah, this guy yells, I demand blood! Dude, chill! Someone else calls out to him. The guy without the, his crossbow's broken, takes his turn to glance over the edge. He sees you coming up the stairs, clang, clang, and just abandons the
no.
crossbow, drawing a sword, and is gonna run to you. With a 12, though, he misses as he swings at you. Last turn, by the way, you wanted to get in melee with this guy, you were thinking, right?
Oh, yes.
So remember, I forgot to tell you this is my fault, but you would have put away your short bow as interacting with the environment, so this way next turn you could interact with the environment to draw a new weapon without it taking an action. So your short bow's probably put away right now if you were intending on getting into melee. How do you dodge this guy's swing of his scimitar?
As he swings it, I'm just gonna duck since I'm a little bit shorter anyways, and it's just gonna go like right over my head.
The blade swings over your head and clangs into the stone wall beside him. And he yells, "Fuck! Why does nothing ever work for me?" You guys should be able to see that thing to the south, right?
Oh, I see it now. Look at it.
Mm-hmm.
That,
Yippee.
it looks like a big jackal that's able to walk on 2 legs, as it has the general shape of a humanoid.
Nope,
It's a
I don't like that.
very
at all.
strange creature as it runs on all 4s and then stands up and howls, roaring at you all in common as it cries out, "Where is Phazon, son of the Charmer?" "Fine, if you won't tell me, we'll just kill you all and take them by force!" it yells out. And then it ends its turn. Clang clang!
Alright, so Clank is gonna have their rapier out and just ready to go. I'm just gonna take a shot at this guy. I'm lunging for him. Like, here we go. This is what he wants. Oh, here we go.
You want to fight? I'll give you a fight!
You want to fight? We're gonna fight. Alright, let's make sure.
Oh
Okay.
shit, we're beating up a 50-year-old.
Where is it? Oh, here it is. This one
Eat the
first.
jackal, metaphorically, they say. That'll hit. Roll your damage.
I want you dead.
You succeed at wanting him dead. How do you kill this guy? As he's coming down the stairs, you're rushing up them, rapier at the ready. You've ducked underneath his first swing. He cries out, "Why does nothing ever work right for me?" Then you do what to him?
As Clang Clang stands up once again, they're gonna take a slash upwards across the chest and then just thrust forward, just into their neck.
He gives a soft, "Why does nothing ever," and then dies.
This poor man. All right. Since this guy is dead, I'm gonna step over his dead body and actually run up to the rooftop. Wait, hold on. Make sure I actually.
Yeah, you easily have the movement.
Whoa! Whoa! You've been looking all over the place.
And you're gonna put away your short sword again, I'm guessing, and getting ready to draw
Yeah,
your
I'm
bow.
gonna. Yep. I'm gonna switch to the bow, and I don't know if this counts as like a bonus action. But can I possibly use stealth and try to hide behind the roof to try to like
At level
obscure
2,
myself? So no one
at
can
level
see?
2, you actually could. That's an ability the rogue gets at level 2 to hide its bonus
No,
action.
level 2, why?
Not yet, though.
I will just stay here crouched behind, and I will end my turn with my short bow out.
Sure.
Huddled.
And now the first humanoid life has been taken by Clang Clang. Xandra, you're up.
Okay, so I'm just so that this tree that I'm standing next to, is this something that I can? Is there anything in my way, or could I move in a direct line towards the stairs that are to the northwest of me?
You can absolutely move in a direct line to those stairs.
Okay, so I'll move to the stairs, and then I'll do 5, 10. So that's what? Let's see. So 5, 10, 15, 20. I'm at the top. Can I see?
Give me a
I can
moment.
see this guy on.
Yeah, you can see that guy.
Okay, can I throw a dart at him?
Sure. He's currently got a crossbow out and is saying, "Where'd you go, you little fucking spellcaster?" So he's looking very clearly for Lloyd.
I have a quick question. I don't mean to nerf our own teammate, but I think they're 25 feet away and a dart is 20 feet range. Sure.
Let me double check.
I
you
can
may
move
need to
another
get a
5
little-
feet if
Yeah,
I need
you've
to.
got tons
That's
of
fine.
movement.
I can do that.
Yeah, so you will want to get a little closer.
I'll move to there.
Yeah. There we
Perfect.
go.
Yep.
Cool.
Get him.
And then I'll throw the dart.
Yep. Make sure to be targeting him. Since you weren't, what you're gonna do is no, it's okay. In the chat bar, what you're gonna do is you're gonna take that 16 you rolled, you're gonna drag it to Bandit 2 on top of his token, and it counts as a hit now because it tells you that the 16 was enough to hit. A dart hits him in the back as he's looking for Lloyd. Roll damage.
Yeah, that's 60 points.
You gotta drag it onto him again because you didn't target him for the damage. That's
So how do I
okay, don't
target?
worry. Control left click. So as
Okay.
the dart comes flying out, it hits him in the back, directly at the base of the neck, around there, right?
Yeah.
And he kind of pitches forward over the side of the building, and Lloyd, as you're, looking for this guy who's been shooting at you, you suddenly see him plummet to the bottom of the building.
Am I still in stealth, or have I revealed myself now?
Xandra, I would actually say that you're still in stealth. That attack came from an area that no one else has line of sight on you, and it hit the guy in the back. You should have probably even had advantage on that roll because you were in stealth. But it all works
It
out.
didn't matter.
Dude's still dead, and you're still in
Perfect.
stealth. It's still your turn.
That's what you get. You blimey blast it, and she'll continue.
Okay,
So she has
yelling after killing him might give your position
She says that under
away.
her breath. She says that under her breath. She's not yelling that, by the way.
Good to
If
know.
you want to call me out on not saying that ahead of time, that's fair. But she was not trying to break out of
I'm
stealth.
teasing
Like
you.
it.
You're fine. You're not out of stealth. You're fine. I'm teasing.
She'll do that, and she'll move up to the boards that are crossing the span between the buildings so that she can cross onto the next building next turn.
Sure. On Pewter's turn, Pewter is going to... What is Pewter going to do? Pewter isn't really built for melee because I didn't have time to build Pewter. It was meant for the guest character, who sadly had to go a little bit early today. So we're just going to have Pewter, I don't know, spear! It hits!
Oh my God,
Another
he did.
jackal dead!
Oh my God, he's dead.
Woohoo! The chat's
Oh,
getting
I
all the
see.
murder you wanted.
Lloyd!
Okay, seeing the person I just targeted, like, plummet to his death, hang on, I just gotta check the range on this.
Technically, as far as you know, you were the last person to attack him, therefore your firebolt likely did this to him.
Okay, this is quite a short range, so I can't do that. Is there a way to use, like, a ruler?
Yeah, if you have to... so if you just control left-click someone, you'll see the range between you and them. Otherwise, you can control-click anywhere on the map, and there's an option for
actually,
pointers.
Perfect. Actually, I don't want to do that. That sounds like a terrible idea. I'm gonna stick with just firebolting.
I love it when my players say, actually, I don't want to do that. That sounds like a terrible idea.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I can run out. I'm like, I'm on like 3 HP. Beat it.
Technically, if you kill everyone who sees you before they get an alarm off in Payday, it's a stealth run.
Valentin looks over to the side really worried.
God damn it!
Aw.
What
I'm
happens
just gonna
this time?
stick to my shit. I just like go to fling a firebolt at him, but unfortunately my eyes still have not adjusted since I blinded myself with precipitation.
You're just watching as the wizard of the group is like every 6 seconds, firebolt, 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 just firing off in random directions as he's panicking.
You know how you sort of get those like blurry things if you look at a light too long? That's what's happened to me at the moment. Obscuring my
That's-
vision.
Hey, that's why you should be wearing an eye patch. Wink.
All right, top of initiative.
Oh, it's my turn. It's my turn.
Nope,
Whee!
it's the guy with the really big crossbow who aims it
shit.
at Valentin.
No, aiming at the guy. Aiming at the
The
cleric.
one with the
I'm
higher
putting
AC.
facing
Yeah,
you.
why would they target the one with... Yeah, Valentin.
No!
A 7 misses as another heavy crossbow thunks into the ground in front of you. Thanks
I
for
knew
coming,
that.
Egg. You have a nice evening.
As a wizard, heavy crossbows terrify me. They can cause instant death at level 1.
As a wizard, I have a phobia of heavy crossbow.
God.
So after that bolt whizzes past me, I'm gonna move 5, 10, 15 over to this side, and as I'm moving, I'm putting down my rapier next to me, and I'm pulling out my longbow.
Sure.
Right. So it's time to learn it's time to show what you've learned from ballistics training.
What? The guy on the roof yells at you.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to my father, who's technically dead. Look, I'm just talking to myself.
He yells back.
Yep. And then I'm gonna shoot at him with my longbow.
Sure.
Hopefully.
Go ahead. That's a hit.
Take this! Ha-ha! Learn something, father.
He's wounded. He yells, "I'm not your dad!"
I'm not talking to you! I'm having an inner monologue, and then I move a bit further to the side.
Isn't an inner monologue a lot quieter?
I end my turn.
Go on and end it. I'm waiting on you to actually end it.
Yeah, I keep forgetting I need to end it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. This is it. Boom, baby.
Miss Lilac Faye.
Okay. So could I take a step back? Could I go onto the roof with Xandra, perhaps?
There's no way up to that roof from where you're at
There's no way up?
currently. No, you'd have to go around down an alleyway and then up the roof the way that Xandra did.
Okay.
You could get on the roof with Clang Clang, or you could go forwards. You can also, don't forget, you could yell in character and ask your party for what they think you should do.
Okay, guys, what do you think I should do?
What?
I don't know.
I don't have any vision right now. I can't see.
Okay.
Like Clang Clang is gonna stay quiet and like hunch down to hopefully be to go into stealth mode next, so she doesn't respond.
Pewter looks over to you, Lilac, and slams her spear against her shield, saying, "We're about to have company from down there, Druid. I'd prepare for close-range battles unless you have anything long-range to slow it down with."
Okay, you say the short bow goes a long distance? I think, is it broken? Do I still have to repair it?
Yeah, you'd have to restring it.
Okay.
It's round. Not that long, but it takes round.
Okay, I think I might have time to do that. So, how could I fix it quickly?
Druid, are you good in a fight, or would you rather attack at range?
I'm definitely gonna attack it at range. What kind of question is that?
Head up the stairs with the Kenku behind us. Restring your bow up there and be ready to rain death down upon it.
Okay. That's what.
Wow, you sound a lot more manly than before. What happened to you?
I am confident when it comes to battle.
Wait, so what you're equaling with manliness is confidence. I get it now. Cancel river! Cancel river!
Jesus.
It's like a third cancel in one day.
I know, I'm making the full... It's like the Grand Prix of being canceled. Alright, Lilac, you've got your bow restrung and it's out. You'll be able to attack with it next turn. But for now, that's basically all you got.
Okay, I don't have to do anything special, or...
Nope, your bow's just fixed.
Okay.
Level 1's pretty boring for a druid. Level 2, you start being able to turn into animals.
Yeah, I see that.
Everyone gets all their interesting shit at level 2.
Yeah.
So it'd be like
I can't do anything but heal you guys.
Oh shit.
Valentin, as this guy comes walking up here, he turns to look you dead in your eye. You hear whispering
I like how you
in
said
your head.
eye.
You hear whispering.
Yeah,
Yeah, you've got an eye patch. He can't look at both your eyes. One's covered. But he whispers in your head. You hear this. You're tired, aren't you? The hot sun beating down upon you all day. It's time to rest now. You make your save against falling unconscious for the next 10 minutes as you begin feeling tired, and then how do you make your save? How do you wake yourself up suddenly as you realize this magic is doing to you?
So as my one eye starts to close, kind of slowly, and I just go, oh no, I need to wake myself up. I take my eye patch and I move it to the other eye, and I just go, yep, I'm fine.
Yeah, he's not missing an eye. As you see underneath, Valentin's eye that the eye patch was over is perfectly fine.
And I just go, you know I'm a half-elf, right? You can't make me fall asleep magically.
He blinks at you, and he says, then I'll need to make you fall asleep by ripping your intestines from your gut.
That seems a bit excessive.
Is he still in her monologuing? Yells the other one far away. Clang, clang. You're up.
Why the were-jackal is a focus on Valentin, is it possible if I can go into stealth now or no?
You know what?
How does that work?
They wouldn't have seen you, and you can it's normally an action to hide. Meaning that in this case you still can't get a sneak attack off with surprising him. He generally knows where everyone's at.
Okay, gotcha. I'm just gonna poke my head out with my crossbow and shoot. Try to hit the jackal.
The jackal where? Go ahead.
Jackal where? Boop.
That hits. Roll damage.
Boop, boop.
As your arrow sinks into him, he takes a total of 0 points of damage from you. What? As your arrow just bounces directly off of him.
What the fuck?
Meaning he must be immune to that damage type. Clang, clang.
Are you bitch?
Well, at least we know. Okay, I'm going to quickly crouch back down and be like, oh shit.
It's like throwing up a wadded ball of paper at an enemy, like at a guy in armor, as it just bounces off of his muscular chest. As a note, despite this thing being muscular, it's still very short. It's only about 4 feet tall.
That's shorter than me.
Carry on. You can go ahead, Val. Treya.
Okay. I'm just gonna... So, I'm on this roof. Technically, I can't see the rooftops in front of me, for some reason, but am I aware that there's somebody else on these rooftops with a crossbow?
Are you able to see that?
I can see, but I can't see another enemy on the rooftops with me.
Yeah, he's probably on a different rooftop up ahead.
Yeah, so, but can I be aware that he's there, or should I just
you've heard him shouting.
Okay, cool. Then I'm gonna move up, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Yep, you should be able to see him now.
Then can I throw another dart at him?
Sure, why not?
And
you
then
have advantage. He doesn't know you're there.
Okay. And so, advantage.
I like it how Clank Clank's like, I want to be sneaky and hidey. Valtreya's the one who's actually stealthing killing people.
I lost my chance.
I've been shouting this entire time.
Cool. And then I throw a dart.
4 damage as you hit him in the shoulder and he turns to look at you.
Well, hello there, motherfucker.
It's just a
fucking accent is that, he says.
What's that? What'd you say?
What fucking accent is that? He says, pulling the dart out.
It's my fucking accent, bitch. Get the fuck shit over yourself.
You got anything else? You can throw a second dart. You just don't get to add your dex to your damage. So what you're gonna do to note that something's in your offhand is under your actions, you're going to now change the dart to where it says, oh, I've already done it for you. So you just click on the hand to show what hand it's in. So now you can throw a second dart. I allow people when they're throwing to throw one as a bonus action if they make the attack action do so. However, this dart just sails on over the rooftop. Getting in your head, aren't I? He says, as he tosses his heavy crossbow to the side, and he pulls out a mace.
Oh shit.
Cool. All right. I will go ahead and end my turn there.
Okay. This foe seems immune to conventional weaponry, Pewter yells out. I shall deal with him myself. And she rushes forward, her hand crackling with negative energy, as she is going to cast Inflict Wounds.
No! 4's gone!
1 second, I have to add that to her sheet because it wasn't on it, so give me a sec. Ow.
No, what if you need to heal us?
If I kill it, it will be dead, and you will not need to heal.
I'm speaking out of character.
Now, is that... Wait.
Damage is a form of healing.
Yeah, it's just preemptive.
It's negative healing.
Preventative healing.
With a 17, she hits and deals 14 damage to it. None of it resisted as she grabs hold of its head and says, "May Brother Sand take you back, cursed creature." And you watch as its flesh begins turning into sand, melting off of its face, leaving skull beneath. It howls angrily and with some fear. That's a lot of fucking damage.
Wow.
Lloyd, this
That's
creature
a lot of
doesn't seem
damage.
immune to necrotic.
Well, I'm just gonna do what I've been doing, and a lot of determination this time,
I believe in you.
as we attempt to fireball.
You're really interested in doing these fireballs. Natural 20! Oh!
Yeah!
Let's go.
Let's go!
So now
Roll
it's,
your damage,
Third
sir.
time's a charm.
How do you kill it after
Oh, nearly
missing,
max damage.
missing every time and then dealing the highest amount of damage we've seen so far?
Hey.
So this like firebolt is just gonna fly right into where like the inflict wounds is just like seared into its flesh, and just sort of burn it.
Wow.
I imagine its fur sort of catches on fire a little bit.
Yeah, it collapses to the ground, catching on fire, and something strange about it. I will allow anyone with any history with lycanthropy in their backstory, any knowledge or any person who would have studied lycanthropy, to roll me a nature check as something very strange happens with the body for those who know what lycanthropy is.
I mean, I don't know what lycanthropy is. I just like reading books. So,
Sure, you can roll. Maybe you read something about this.
okay,
Yeah.
I'll try.
What would the
What are
roll
we
be?
rolling?
It would be a knowledge nature, a knowledge history, or a knowledge religion. Any of these would be
Ooh,
appropriate.
history.
Ooh, I will
Okay, I'll
do
try
a
Nick.
religion.
Okay.
Let's go, history. Never mind history.
And whenever Oracle, you can. There you go.
Yep. I went. With
Oracle! You are the only one to know
Oh.
this, but generally, when a shapeshifter dies, a lycanthrope or something like it, like a werewolf, right? When it
Yes.
dies, it reverts
It
to
turns
its
back.
true form, its original
Right.
human form. This creature
Correct.
turns into a jackal on its death. Like a regular jackal. And it's not an adult, like, big jackal, it turns into a jackal pup.
Oh, it's a baby.
Sort of.
But again, it's very
That's
strange
fine.
because
Sort
that
of.
means before this creature became what it became, it was not a human, it would have been a jackal originally.
Oh. So it had to be turned into that by someone, right?
The jackal pup was bitten by a human.
So someone set us up. Is that
Alright.
somebody set us up? This was an ambush.
Anything else, Lloyd?
If you're looking at me, Lloyd, he will be smiling right now, which is quite rare. Once, but that would be
Jesus.
everything.
Ah, yes, I hate dogs. Zandrea, the guy you're looking at, you get a good look at him. He's an old guy with a distinctive scar that runs from the bottom of his jaw directly up the cheek on the right side of his face, not hitting his eye, but curving kind of around it and then past into his skull. He's missing some of his black hair there as well, and he's wearing a emblem on his what kind of armor is he wearing? Let me double check that real quick.
Okay.
He's wearing an emblem on his leather armor. He looks at you, he sees that everyone else is dead, and he says, "Oh, fuck it, it's not worth it." And he is going to turn and dash.
There's nothing I can do about this, right?
No, you're at range, so you don't get any attacks of opportunity.
Okay.
and he disappears off the map down one of the many dark alleyways. You could always pursue him and see if you can catch up with him, but doing so, you'd be leaving the group behind, as they never even saw this guy. They never even saw this guy, and you'll be going down dark alleys after this guy alone, as a note.
I would like to attempt to chase after him for a single turn.
Sure. Yeah, you spot him as you're chasing after him down one of the alleyways as he's throwing boxes to try to slow your pursuit.
So he did go down the stairs, right?
Yes. You don't need to move on the map. This is taking place off the map at this point.
Okay, but since I'm starting on the rooftop, I was wondering if I could make an acrobatics check to try and jump off the rooftop to cut the distance I'd have to run to chase after him significantly.
Oh, I will rule of cool allow that. Absolutely. Roll me your acrobatics. Not great. It's enough that you land, but you didn't super cut the distance. By the time that you recovered from your landing, you didn't do a cool action roll or anything. You kind of stumbled a little bit, landed badly. He's already made it a little bit distant, so you've got enough distance that you could get one more dart off if you wanted, or you could let him go.
I would like to make one more dart throw.
Go ahead. One more dart throw.
I cannot target him anymore, though, from my screen. Is
You
that
can
okay?
target
Just
him.
make this.
Yeah, there you go. You can see him again. Target him on the combat tracker. The way you do so is that you should see a bullseye beside your name. You're going to click that, and then you're going to get... Yeah, like that. Perfect.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Nap!
Dude.
With a nat 1, the bartender opens the door in the alleyway, and he looks out. And he says, "What's going on out here?" And then your dart goes flying out and catches him in the collar, pinning him to his door. And he just looks up and he goes, "Why?" as he sees you.
Poor dwarf.
With that, the leader of the group that attacked you does manage to slink away, but you guys have a lot of dead bodies in this street. All right. And I
will go up to the bartender and I'll pull the dart out, pinning him to the door. Sorry about that, mate.
What?
Throwing it at someone else.
Why do you keep doing this to me? What have I done to
It's
you?
not my fault you opened the door, mate. Go back inside. And she pushes him and closes the door behind him.
It's my... And that's all you hear before you close the door on him.
And I turn around and walk back out the alley towards everyone else.
As the fight is ending, you have, you're cleaning off your weapons, getting your arrows back situated as you chat amongst yourselves. Go ahead. Do we want to talk a little bit, or does this seem like a good spot to wrap up and we can begin at the cleanup next time we play?
I did have a question. Do I also retrieve my darts?
Yes, up to 50% of what you threw.
Okay.
The one.
Uh,
I want to just point out, as we're cleaning up the bodies, I'm doing that thing with your weapon where you're switching it quick to the side to clean off blood that way, and then I sheathe it because that's what I think looks cool. Other than that, it's I don't know what to do with all of these dead bodies. I guess we'll collect them or something.
Okay.
As Clang Clang comes down the stairs and noticing you doing that, she just kind of shakes her head.
What?
Xandra will walk up and retrieve the dart from the back of the neck of the dude that fell off the rooftop next to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was very thrilling, wasn't it? Doesn't always have a good fight together, yeah? Look,
yes.
everybody's alive.
Indeed.
Nothing to get the blood pumping like a good fight to the death. But well done, everyone. Is anyone hurt? Everyone okay?
I'm a little beat up, but I'll be fine.
I am
I
fine,
looked-
and Pewter snaps the crossbow bolt off in her head.
Yeah. I put a hand on Pewter's shoulder, and they just go, "You did real well." And I move over to Lloyd, and I just go, "Are you sure you're okay? You."
I just
You
have a
took a bit of-
crossbow bolt in my shoulder.
Yeah, that doesn't look great. That doesn't look great, mate.
Clang Clang walks
it'll
over
heal.
and sees the arrow and tries to grab it and like yank it out.
Oh God.
Just like swiftly. Can I like do a roll for that?
Sure, roll me a
That's a
sleight of hand.
medicine. That a medicine.
I mean,
Yeah,
she's
to
not.
heal if it gets yanked out.
She's trying to take the bolt. She's not trying to heal him, right?
I'm just trying to pull the sucker out. so
Yeah,
I can
sleight of
patch
hand. That's
him
not a
up.
medicine.
It doesn't know basic medicine, removing the object that has stabbed you.
No. As I see, I will say though, as I see this going on, I'm going to prepare to do a medicine check to stop the bleeding. Because I'm like, no.
Same.
What am I rolling?
Sleight of
like
hand.
watching, just waiting and see what happens. I'm ready to heal
Please.
if need be.
You
What?
grab the crossbow bolt and you're tugging, but he's squirming too much. You can't get it out. But you're tugging.
This is incredibly painful.
I'm like, no.
And then
Running in.
Valentin, there's a big player 2 has entered the chat as Valentin is now grabbing at the bolt, tugging.
Oh my goodness.
Eventually, the bolt comes loose with one person holding the back of the bolt, one person holding the middle. But where's the tip of the bolt? And Lloyd, you look down. The tip is still inside of you.
Oh shit.
Clang Clang looks in the hole and then looks at Lilac like, help.
I immediately start casting some type of cure wounds because this looks like it could be very bad. For...
You could just roll a medicine check to make sure he's okay.
I can roll a medicine check? Okay.
Cure wounds is only if he
no
needs.
medicine.
Yeah, cure wounds is only if he needs hit points back.
Okay,
Lilac's bedside manner is significantly better than the others. Lilac, describe how you make him feel better. And you can also use like things from your herbalism kit. You can use like small items that you have to help with this. So feel free to get a little bit silly about how you describe it.
I swiftly grab the medicine kit immediately just to get out I want to say like a bandage, stop the bleeding, whatnot. All the tincture, make sure he heals up nicely so there's no infections of the sort, and make sure it's all wrapped up, secure, especially because given that we've just gotten a battle, I want to make sure that's nice and covered well. And dispose of the arrow somehow.
You do so.
Mm-hmm. Yes, disposing of the arrow.
Lloyd,
That was a lot less painful than having the bolt yanked off.
If I could have like did some type of magic to pull it out of him, I probably would have, but I don't know if that would work.
you don't really have
That would-
anything for it.
Yeah.
It would have been a spare than dying. Can I just take a moment to just recognize that someone said in Twitch chat that eye patches are just cool and move on from that?
Yeah, everything Apoki, I can't pronounce them, so sorry, has said is great because is Pewter Doom Guy, all sorts of great content from that. Thanks for coming out. All right, with that pulled out, why don't we wrap up here, guys, and then we'll start off next session with you looting the bodies, talking about what happened, and beginning to, figure out what's going on after your first fight. Also, congratulations, you're level 2!
Yay!
Yay!
I had a question real fast.
Yay.
Of course.
Is there? Well, I guess it's not so much a question. It was just a little bit of like flavor, since it's something like that would be done like immediately after the fight. As Sandra's like pulling the knife out of the dude's neck, she would also like go into her bag and pull out a notebook and just start writing notes about something as she's staring over the dead guy's body.
We're all just writing notes about everything.
I've been doing the same thing, Xandra. Like, I've been taking notes of everything. Like, since I'm new to like the city, technically as a full elf, everything I'm experiencing is completely new.
Fair.
So that's in character that you notice Sandra writing and then you tell her. That was in character, right, Oracle? Yeah. So carry on that in character, Sandra.
Yeah, notes about everything. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm taking notes on everything. Yeah, definitely not just taking notes on this dead guy. As you see her eye kind of twitch as she kind of like, and then has to look away as she's saying it.
Heck yeah. I'm laughing, like, yeah, I totally agree.
But Valentin is looking at the others taking notes, and he's like, oh no, they're taking notes as well. I need to take way better notes than they are.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah. Great job, everyone. We live.
Yeah.
We lived.
You guys did amazing.
Perfect. And then for leveling up, can you walk us through quickly on what we need to do to level up?
Yep, if you guys stick around, I'm just going to end the stream and then I'll go over that with you.
Perfect. Sounds good.
Okay. Great.
It's honestly really easy, especially with this system.
Yep,
Just
Fantasy
to sell
Grounds
the
makes it
system a little
super
bit.
easy. All right, so
I'm already done.
thank you guys so much for coming out to the very first Blood on the Sands session. Players, did you have fun?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Can't wait for the next one.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much for coming out. This campaign will have its session 2 in either a week or 2 weeks from now. Probably 2 weeks, because I have another game on Mondays that I cannot seem to move right now. So we're going to talk with the players and see if there's another day next week that would work. Or we'll just do bi-weekly Mondays and we'll see you all 2 weeks from now. We're going to raid another awesome content creator, but first off, are any of my players planning a stream tonight? Because if you are, we'll raid your channel for you. Anyone streaming tonight?
Nope.
Nope.
No for me. No
Nope.
for me as well.
Tuesday is my day off.
Once again, these are our lovely, lovely, lovely cast members. We've got Mora as Clang Clang. Say hi.
Hi.
Rai as Lloyd.
Hi.
Valentin as Valentin. He didn't say hi. He's just...
I said oi.
Glamour Oracle as Lilac.
Hello.
And the amazing Valtreya as Zendara.
Hey, how's it going, mates?
Our guest tonight was Tia. We'll have another guest the next time we play. I think. Maybe. Who knows? We are going to raid. It looks like Vanilla Icy is currently playing The Sims 3. Inari is doing Xenoblade. Thirst is doing Azur Lane. Asaki is doing Phasmo. And Kurisu is doing Roblox. Anybody got a suggestion? Who do you want to raid?
I'm down with anything.
Same.
Alright, in that case, I'm just going to do the immortal method of rolling a dice to decide. There's 5 of them. I'm going to roll a 6-sided dice and re-roll on a 6. It was a 6. It was a 4. So that means 1, 2, 3, 4. Thirstbuster! We're going to raid Thirstbuster 44. He plays in some of my other games. So definitely give him a big ol' hi. And, yeah. Hey, I'm glad you could join too. I hope you had fun.
Yeah.
Alright, guys, we'll see you next time. Bye for now.